So, when we last left off, it was the third day, and well, you had found out several things. For one, you found out that you could try and poison Balentyne, and you actually bought quite a supply to do so. What else did you hear? You heard that, well, you actually found evidence that Caitlyn is kind of cheating on someone else, and that you could start at least quite a fight by by writing a letter to her husband, which you are prepared to do as well. You heard that the choir hall in Balentyne seems to have statues that sing. That something might be up with Lord Haviland, as he is so grim lately. You found out that Zach Adderley is the one that's that is in an affair with Caitlyn. You found out that the Merry Men are coming to perform one of their most popular pieces on a stage in Balentyne. Apparently the news has spread here that the bugbears are massing up north. There are rumors going around that soldiers these days are a lazy lot, but of course you heard it from a grumbling old man, and you know, old man. You found out that there is a group of dwarves in town that are renovating something in Balentyne. You don't know exactly what. You heard that Father Donegan seems to have been sent here after the church demoted him from bishop. Apparently he got into some sort of trouble to be banished to here. And you heard that that Captain Varning is leading out a patrol, apparently. Today. And lastly, it seems that you're quite safe here, because the news has spread that there are escapees from Branderskar, but they have no idea that you're them. Cool. It is now the morning of the third day. What do you do?
I guess we'll... What's this? Huh?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh my god, it's finally working.
Okay.
What day is the performance?
Let's see. Soon.
Soon. TM.
Yes, soon. Basically, whenever you are ready to do something with that.
Okay, I think that we should assault Captain Varning and be prepared to take his identity, and then we should do all of the sabotage on the, well, not all of the sabotage, but the poison sabotage on the tower during the performance, because that's the highest chance that there's going to be the least amount of guards there.
Well,
okay.
You get this feeling that you have not yet found out all that is possible to find out, But that is something you can do indeed.
I think today we should mostly focus on the patrol.
Okay. You've heard that when this patrol goes out, he can stay out of the city for like 5-6 days at a time. I would like to remind you that while you may be ready, the bugbears will not be ready until 2 weeks have passed.
Mm-hmm. But, well, I was thinking that we assault the patrol, take them out, and then, just return, and then a week later we just return as them.
That's possible.
Of course, if the others agree with it, but then we could, from the inside out, do some small sabotaging.
Or big sabotaging, as it may be.
Well, yeah. Drop some poison into their food. Or ale.
Well, where do you think the Tower Balentyne gets their food supplies?
Exactly.
The market?
I'm probably if they're also getting ale, I'm probably going to guess a local ale brewer. Food? I don't know.
Oh my god, can we poison the well?
There is no well. What well?
Isn't there one at the town center?
No, at the town center.
I think that's a statue.
Yeah, that's a statue.
Oh.
Let me tell you what's there. That is Aldencross's hub. It is where the King's Road turns and crosses with a fisherman's trail. The roads head out of town west. The roads. What is that kind of sentence? The roads heads out of town west. Yeah, that's not a correct statue. Anyway, it heads out of town west and it runs all the way to Farhold. It also heads south before turning east and following the Tyburn River, traveling all the way to Astilis and the sea. The northern road heads out of the town to the lake, and the eastern road travels only a mile before reaching Balentyne and the Dwarven Bridge. Mac, you're breathing into
Yes.
your mic.
Wait, I don't have push to talk on?
No.
Oh shit.
In the
Hey, what
center
happens
of
to-
town is a great statue of a knight on a horse. There is a placard under it, and it is noted as being a statue of Marcadian I. It is called the Victor. Here, the Victor is depicted out of his armor, in fine garb, riding his horse and looking dreamingly to the north. And under the title of the sculpture is a little inscription: "Till all Talonguard is free."
Okay.
Sounds like a very patriotic town. Or
Well,
at least that's the
sounds
premise
like
of
a
it.
very. You are from Talonguard, so you are well aware that this whole place is very patriotic.
How soon until Captain Varning's envoy or whatever scouting party heads out?
In the evening, probably.
In the evening? Alright, so then I'm going to explore a bit and attempt to gather some more information
Okay.
while there's time.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it a bit more cautious, and I'm actually going to stake out. Is there a garrison in this town?
There actually is not.
Okay.
There is no garrison needed because,
Oh yeah, Balentyne.
yeah, there is a watchtower, but that's all.
Yeah, it's not really smart to go stake out this watchtower then. I mean Balentyne itself.
Yeah, in the distance you can see Balentyne. Looks like that.
I was one level higher, I could do my plan, but now I can't.
Tell your sister to go away. Copyright strikes, please. She literally cannot be there. Copyright strikes.
Damn.
So what were you going to do?
I said I was trying to gather some information.
Okay, give me a diplomacy check. Really?
Well, that's not really something I specialize in.
You kind of, you ask around a lot. This is the kind of diplomacy check where you're gathering information and that's all you're doing. You're not. It's not that you're. It's not that you're rubbing the people the wrong way. It's just that you don't find out anything new.
Okay.
Mac,
Yes.
what is Olaf doing?
Can I try and find a masterwork or +1 greatsword?
You can try.
Okay, back.
Which one to be? Which one do you want, Mac?
What do you mean?
Well, you said A or B. I want to know which one I should.
I'll take... I actually don't know the difference.
Is it for the great sword?
Yes.
+1.
Okay.
Okay, that's 2,300 something. I don't know the exact.
Fine.
2,350, I believe. 2,350.
Do you have that?
I'm short a few hundred.
I'll kick in.
Okay.
I'll need to know the exact amount though.
Yeah, I am at 2,283.
That's like 120 gold.
Yes.
I'll just loan it to you. You'll have to pay me back later. If it's here, of course.
Oh yeah, overnight, magically, the contract that you signed with Adras's Thorn, overnight it magically turned. It suddenly looks better. Don't know how that happened.
That's some fine magic. I gotta find out what it is.
Under the school of retcon.
Yes. No, it's actually the exact same text. It's just I found better art of it. Okay. So you buy that. Can you also give me a diplomacy check while you're, doing your stuff, Olaf?
Sure, give me a second. I guess I forget to ask the guy while I'm buying the sword.
Yeah, you kind of forget to, look around. Oops.
I'm going to do something, well, different, and I'm going to see if I can, scout out Balentyne.
Define scout
Wait.
out.
Okay, scout out as in, keep its gate in check for the party. I think scout out is not the right word then.
No, that's it's a stakeout.
Stakeout then. But I'm also going to have my hawk in the air, but yeah, patrolling around it.
Okay.
So I have 2 perceptions that I need to make if anything happens.
Well, unless your hawk can do more than... can you already do more than emotions?
No, but I think emotions should also give me a good idea that something is up.
Yeah, something, but...
It can
Anyway.
sense danger. I mean, but
Yeah, but you're not trying to go for the... Anyway, so you do that, and I'll let you make that roll when evening falls.
Okay.
So you're basically spending the entire day just inconspicuously sitting at the edge of town, watching the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Arjadon.
What does Osorin do?
Osoren,
He's logging in.
Well,
oh,
that's convenient. I need to do my whole story again. So, since I would need to do my whole story, go ahead, choose for him. Albrecht.
I'm going to say he's going to gather information as well.
Okay.
Or he's also going to see. Is there maybe a chance for him to find a +1 glaive?
There is no chance for him to find that.
Oh well, tough luck.
Hey!
He's gonna gather info then.
Soren, give me a diplomacy check.
It's a +11.
Okay. Nope, I didn't roll anything at all.
That was something else that fell on your desk.
Yeah. Cough, cough. Oh, Soren, as you were walking toward the smithy and going to look for a +1 glaive, which is unfortunately not available, but that's not relevant for what you found out. As you were walking to it, you overheard some people that were... they were standing here. And they seem to be quite the fans of whoever lives there, because they were standing there and they were whispering, "Hey, have you had any of Mama Giuseppe's beef stew? It's delicious. I hear she goes up to the watchtower and cooks a big batch of it for the men every Monday. What a nice lady."
Perfect.
Oh, it couldn't be more perfect to disable the watchtower.
By the way, write that fact down.
Yeah,
Keeping a
writing it
list
down.
of facts. But yeah, you unfortunately cannot find the glaive. You have more time to do stuff during the day. Olaf, Shariel and Osorin. Wait, Shariel, what were you doing again? I forget. Oh yeah, you were
I used a
asking
diplomacy check to search around and try and figure out some more information, and I just rolled really low.
Yeah, you get another one for later in the day.
Oh, so I should try again?
Yeah. Better. You overhear that apparently the Magister of Balentyne, a guy named Tacitus, has been spending a lot of time working on something in his tower.
Hold on, let me write that down.
They,
What is that?
They don't. That Balentyne's Magister Tacitus has been working on something in his tower for a long time. I mean, they don't know what it is, but Probably something unnatural. They even heard something was recovered from the north.
Interesting. Alright. Well, if we can ever get into Balentyne undetected, then that would be worth investigating.
Well, there is always the, hidden passage we found.
Soren and Olaf,
true.
you meet each other at the smithy. What do you do? Also, Soren, I haven't heard you. I think your mic is broken.
I'm going to flaunt my sword.
Stop flaunting. Soren? Mike? Hello?
RJ?
1 second.
Try unplugging it?
Did you try turning it off and on again?
I think that's what he's trying.
He reloads the drivers for me when I unplug it and then plug it back in.
I forgot I was using push to talk.
Good job.
God damn it.
I think your internet is already being shitty. Let me check.
Is it?
Yep, like always.
It's probably because I'm traveling and I have hotel internet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it like universally across the US that internet is shitty?
I have good connection, so no.
I have an awesome connection.
It's probably just hotel
Yeah.
internet, to be honest.
Well, you had it last time and the time before, so anyway. Yeah, you meet each other at the smithy. Yeah. Mac bought a new sword. Look at that sword. His sword is amazing. Come give it a lick.
It tastes like raisins.
No, it doesn't.
And a stroke
Tastes
of
like
its
that.
mane, it turns into a plane, and then back
Shut up.
again when you tug on it, swing it. Ooh, that's dirty.
Mac.
Oh,
Okay,
I
Mac,
think
that's
so.
enough.
I memorized the whole song.
Yeah, I made a small reference. You didn't have to continue. Okay, yeah, you find each other there. Bought a new sword. You did not find a new glaive, unfortunately. All out of glaze. Question is, what do you do to fill the rest of your day? I mean, going to the smithy doesn't take a whole day.
I guess I'll check around for rumors.
Okay, you can do that.
I'd like to check that suspiciously off green that is right next to 18.
Shut up. That's not there. That's something that Book 7 added and I'm not doing that.
Sorry, what kind of role was that? I just...
A diplomacy?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. I'm almost out of things to tell you.
Does anybody have a profession?
I'm almost out of cards.
Yeah, I have 2 rumors left, and one doesn't make sense if I tell it to you outside of the inn, so you're getting the other. Apparently, there's a guy in Balentyne who keeps who tends for all the ravens that take care of communication. The guy's called Matt Martin, and he is quite a strange one. They say that he never leaves, except for necessities. He talks to the birds like people, and he has named every single one of them.
That doesn't
It's a
sound
bit
that
strange.
And apparently, a few days ago, the guy you're talking to, he saw a raven arrive Must have been something. Must have been important news.
Does anybody have any actions left for the day?
No, not really. Maldrek. So you spent all day sitting there, and you're paying close attention to the gate. And well, you're sitting at a mile distance, so you cannot really see details. But what you can tell is that you can when just before dusk, you see what looks like 7 horses leaving off towards the distance. Well, horses with people on them. Let's be clear.
Can I recognize how they are dressed?
Too far away.
Okay. But
Your vision may be good, but it's not 1 mile in the distance good.
What about the hawk?
yeah, he can't relay information. He can't relay.
I think you can only do that as a ranger.
No, as level 5 I can speak with him, but I need to get level 5 first.
If only I was level 5, he thinks in character.
Yes! If only I was stronger, then I can talk with Arvid.
Which reminds me, you still have a letter you can deliver to cause some chaos.
That is true.
I mean, the
But-
olde post office is not far away.
Yeah, but I think the patrol is a bit
Courier.
more important.
Okay. Well, you see it leave.
What direction are they leaving?
In a direction that you can see.
Okay. I will, call my familiar back to me and I'll rush over to the others, inform them of them leaving.
By the time you come back, it's dusk and everyone is already back at the inn. And they're having a merry old time drinking, I think. And yeah, they see you come in.
I'm gonna skip drinking so I can find Juan, gather him.
Well, he's outside the inn. The inn that miraculously changed into another shape.
I dare
must be the
say,
same magic
the
as
builders
the,
in this
scroll.
in this people.
It must be
Yeah.
using the same magic as
These
the
dwarves.
parchment.
Yeah, these dwarves, man, really fast builders. I agree.
It is the most uselessly labeled map ever. You see, this room is a room.
Oh my god!
That is a room.
And of course you have the bar.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
But yeah, I'll notify the others about them leaving, and I guess I'll quickly see if I can still get 4 horses ready. Because I did not prepare them in time.
that was not very smart of you.
I forgot.
We could rent them, remember? They're pretty
Yeah, but you know, it's kind of late.
Steal some.
We kind of want to keep, you
cheap.
know,
Yeah, we don't want to rouse suspicion yet.
we're not yet found out as being escapees, huh?
Hey!
Hey, you gotta keep it that way, you know? So, yeah, I tell them, or the group, and I'll immediately see if I can still find a stable that's open and willing to rent horses.
Perhaps you could turn the charm on. Convince them.
Yeah, like, oh man, I really gotta leave, it's an emergency!
Okay.
How much of an emergency?
Oh my god, I could pretend I'm pregnant?
Yeah, we'll stuff your wolf into your blouse.
Let's not go there.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, I think I'm charismatic enough to, you know, convince people that it's urgent.
Yeah, you come to the you come to the local stable, and of course it has closed for the day. But you bang on the door, and a guy in a nightgown comes out. And is, what do you want?
I'm truly sorry for bothering you, sir, but I am in dire need of some horses. There's an emergency. I have to get back to the south immediately. It is of utmost importance.
We open tomorrow, and he moves.
Hey, if you... I stopped to hold the door. If you want some lives on your head, please be my guest. But if I do not leave now, they will die.
Okay, give me an amazing diplomacy. It better be amazing. I'm not amazed yet. Well, actually,
I was thinking
if you're telling a lie.
Yes, thank you.
Actually, it's bluff. So, give me your amazing bluff skills.
If my laptop would work.
Cool.
That is with the +4 and calculated in.
Oh my! The
That's
situation
disgusting.
sounds dire indeed. How many horses do you need?
I need 4, straight away.
Okay. He's not even asking questions. Why the hell do you need 4 for one person? But well, we'll arrange payment later. It's important. Go fast here. And he opens the door to let you get to the horses, and it's like he points for you. Just bring them back as soon as you can, and we'll arrange stuff then. Okay?
Will do, and I tap my head and I head off to the inn.
Tips Fedora.
We can pay them back with the gold that we find on their bodies.
As I arrive at the inn, I whistle really loud to notify the others because I think they're still inside.
Make a whistle check.
Charisma.
Well, I'll probably win that.
Go ahead.
Just to make it sound alluring.
So what now? Whistle? Really, charisma?
Yeah.
Yeah, to make it sound alluring.
You hear some guy whistle. You hear a very alluring whistle from outside, guys.
Must be
Okay,
another
that
cat
must be
call.
now,
We
Greg.
should just ignore it.
Hey, I'm leaving if out of character. I'm leaving if you don't compare it immediately.
You against
That's probably
7 guys.
Maldrick. Let's go.
Hey, I can try something. Color spray.
Well,
I gather the party.
okay. What do you do? So you are gathered up on horses.
Well, I'm going to say we go to the way the patrol was heading, or the 7 people.
I agree.
Okay. So it is night, it's dark of course. And well, when you get there, where you saw them leave, you see some tracks in the ground. You know where this is going, right?
Survival.
Go, Sheriel. Be useful.
Olaf.
Okay, one moment.
the two of you can be the most useful now.
I have track, and I believe I add track to my survival. I just want to double check that.
Track is that your level gets added?
Oh, I think they're left. I think there's someone far left.
Okay, I had half my level to survival. All right, one moment. So that's 2.
Why the hell is my map not loading? Okay.
Oh god, really? 2 ones?
Well, I mean, it's still a massive bonus.
Well, the good
And
news
it's still
is
a crit
that
fail.
no, that does not apply on skill checks.
Oh.
It never did, and it never will.
True.
I'm just trying to find a suitable map. Yeah, this is a classic. You should remember it.
Oh.
Okay. You follow it, and you come to you come to a clearing where you find that there are 7 horses stabled. Well, not stabled, they're tied to a log. And before you see a guy sitting at a campfire, and there are several tents around it. It's pretty intense. I'm sorry. You're still at a distance, so they haven't seen you yet.
I tell the others to halt as soon as I see them. Or see the tents and stuff.
We should trail them from a distance, see if we can gather some more information before we close in.
Or we just, eliminate them now and leave the captain alive and interrogate him.
What if it's the wrong party?
I don't care.
Yeah, to be honest, you don't care.
Oh, we were wrong. Okay, we'll wait for the next one to leave the castle. I don't care. We're evil.
We should try and learn as much information as we can, though, before we make a move.
Yeah, that's why we should keep the more captain-looking one alive and interrogate him really well. I mean, we have Olaf. He can do some nasty business.
I'm just gonna start grinning.
Smile appearing.
Yeah, I actually was
Allow
just
me
saying
to
that. I'm gonna
approach
start grinning.
them a little bit further. Give me like 10 minutes to do so. I'll see if I can find anything out, and I'll report back.
Well, I was actually thinking about Vanish.
What the hell are you talking about? There's 7 tents and 1 guy sitting around a campfire, looking like he's,
Sleeping?
guarding.
We could,
Kind of armor is
just...
he wearing?
Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to do my copyrighted, very high quality tent drawing.
But we have 2 things we can do. We can just, charge in when we're dismount and charge in, or have one person sneak, quote unquote, in, and then we charge in.
We might want to wait for them to sleep. I mean, it's still evening.
I
They
think they're
are
asleep.
sleeping.
All right.
There's
It
just
looks
one
like
guy
daytime.
guarding.
If we can get that one guy to, be not a problem, we could just, coup de grace the people that are sleeping, except the captain-looking one, and then start interrogating. Well, I'm not gonna say captain, leaderly-looking one.
What he
If I
said.
can get a few good shots off from a distance, I might be able to take him out.
Maldrick, can you just vanish me and then I'll just cut his head off while he's not
Ye-
paying
well,
attention?
the thing is, you have 4 rounds to go in there. Yeah, you probably can. But can we make it in 4 rounds?
I'm still drawing. Give me a second.
Yeah. Okay. Just wondering if he can make it in 4 rounds to get there.
I think this would be a disaster if they all just like run away from us.
I don't think they're
Oh,
planning
come
on
on.
running away.
They do have numbers over us, so they'll probably just try and stay until they.
There
Channel
it is.
switched.
Whoops.
That they'll be severely weakened because they're, one, asleep, and two, they'll probably have their armor off if they're wearing medium to heavy armor.
Yeah,
If
that's what
any
I
of
was
them
thinking.
survive, our whole plan is like fucked.
Well, if you can kill silently, you should know that it's pretty hard to get to detect someone. You should know that, Meg, from last campaign. It's pretty hard to detect someone coming from you while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
You have a -10 for sleeping.
So yeah, you see him beside a ridiculous-looking campfire, and in the distance, yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to sneak up behind him, but I'm gonna motion to my team that I'm doing this. Like they can choose to charge in or whatever, but I'm making the
Are you
taking the
going
initiative to do so.
invisible?
I don't have an invisibility.
I'm gonna ask Maldrick to cast Vanish.
Just know that you have 4 rounds to go in there, then the vanish disappears if you want to do it that way.
I mean, I have a really high sneak.
What's your stealth?
12.
Well, I think that gets a +10 for vanish.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for moving unhurt, because while you are invisible, can still be hurt.
Alright, go
Okay,
ahead and use
so-
it on me.
This is where you are.
Oh no, you get a +40.
You're quite
I get a
far
plus
away,
40.
so you can.
I think you can just barely make it.
I can make it in 3 rounds.
Then you have 1 round to do a sneak attack on it.
Yep.
That might work. Alright, let's do Olaf. I mean, what's your stealth?
0.
Okay, but you get a +40 for my spell, so...
Wait, really? Plus 40?
Yeah, it's +20 if it's, if you're moving, but... So yeah, but still high.
We should go in at the same time, because I'm still gonna have a pretty high roll.
Yeah, but I remember that
You
it's a
need-
standard
you need
action
it.
to cast it.
And you need a round to,
No, I mean,
To be able to kill
I
him.
won't be invisible. It's nighttime, and I have a pretty high stealth standard.
But yeah, I'll give it to Olaf and he can start moving.
Okay.
Okay. Olaf, you're the only one moving. To your first movement. Okay, second movement. You can't walk through tents. Because, tents.
Would also be a bit ridiculous.
Second movement, please, Olaf.
let's see. I just want to map something out first.
Yeah, you can.
Oh wait, I'm invisible, never mind. Ignore that first move.
Start moving. Okay.
You can safely make it to there in the next round and then attack.
Let's see. Can he possibly make the save? No. Okay. So yeah, you are after him, behind him, which means that you will be going against flat-footed AC. You get your 1 shot. Go ahead.
Power
Okay.
attack. Power attack.
No crap. No, I'm not gonna
Remember?
power attack.
You should do a rage though.
No, I'm not gonna rage. I'm not gonna power attack. I'm just gonna flick him with my finger and hope he dies.
Mac, rage equals
It's
more
a
to
joke.
hits.
He's
It's
being
a joke.
sarcastic.
How about
Just
you
do it.
don't make those stupid jokes?
Yeah, because it's really this is tense, and then you're going with I'm gonna flick it with my finger. Phil might someday think that you're serious.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay,
Give
let's
me a
see.
roll.
I can use my new +1 greatsword. Let's do this shit.
Show off.
Do it.
Oh,
Confirm.
oh.
Yeah,
Did
you
it?
crit.
Ooh, ×2, right?
×2, yes.
Oh, this is perfect.
$55.
Yeah, you completely behead him.
I'm gonna wave to them and give them a thumbs up.
Wait, because
These rolls
you
are
you
just
all
getting ridiculous.
completely forgot one detail.
And that is.
Swing!
Oh fuck! Style all perceptions. Let's hope they all have low perception and that they don't make it. What was it again to make?
Oh, they heard it. Wait,
No.
only -2.
Yeah, well, they probably have +8 or something then.
Oh, true. Oh, there's a +8 and the rest are +6s, so at least we know which one is the captain.
Well, not really.
I mean, he's obviously there.
Okay, let me get my GM screen because I need to know what kind of DC this would be. Yeah, you're lucky.
None of them?
They don't make it. That 15
Yes!
would have made it, but situation. So yeah, the guy's dead. And yeah, you see Olaf give you all you a thumbs up.
I'm gonna enter this one.
Wait your turn.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah. You're going to wait now. I'm just going to go one by one, each person.
Yep.
Remember, you're still going to have to stealth.
That's fine.
Maldrick, go ahead.
Okay, I'll first roll my stealth.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, that's pretty average. Okay, go ahead.
Keep going, or?
Another stealth.
Better.
This is so nerve-wracking watching you
I know!
roll these.
Okay, that was lucky because I was one off.
And I'll check this tent. But I'll wait a turn for the others first.
So you look in it, it's empty.
Okay, so this was the guarding guy's tent.
Okay, you can opt out of moving if you think you can't make the check. Olaf.
I'm going to try and motion for Maldrick to make me vanish by pointing to him, pointing to me, and then covering my eyes.
That's a diplomacy check.
All right then, that's my Diplo.
You
And
can see
Maldrek,
him
you
play
do
hide
a
and
sense
seek.
motive. Yeah, you manage to understand what he's trying to say.
Okay. I'll do a nod in response.
Okay, Osoren.
Okay, I'm gonna roll my stealth first.
If you don't think you can make it, you don't have to. Remember.
Okay, I have -4, so that's... I know.
If you want to stay at a distance and let the others just handle it, you can. I mean, these guys
Okay.
are sleeping, so they're not hard to kill. Sleeping is
And-
helpless.
Alright.
Helpless means coup de grace.
Plus, you can, in 2 turns, you can be with us if we're in danger.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just wait it out then.
I think even 1 if you sprint. Or run.
Okay, Sheriel, do you stealth? Oh yeah, of course you will.
Yes.
No, I need to go back to the forest, the song. That's actually a shitty roll. What the hell? Lucky. That I got a bad roll. Go ahead, make your movement. Double your speed, you know. Hello.
One moment. I'm having trouble selecting my icon.
You're on the wrong tool. Pretty sure you don't have the arrow selected. That's 35 feet, you can move more.
Okay.
What? Your speed is 35.
I thought you said double it.
Yeah? Is your speed 35?
Oh, I was using 40.
Is your speed 40?
No,
It's 30.
his speed is
Pretty
30.
sure.
It's 30?
Of course it is.
30 for humans?
Yeah?
The only reason mine's better is because I'm a
Okay.
barbarian.
Yeah, this was fine. Anyway, another stealth. Man, your rolls are shitty. But mine are too. Okay. I think you can... Yeah. You can peek under the...
Tarp.
Yep. There's a pretty normal guy.
Why, hello there. Can I make an attack?
Do you have a melee weapon?
You have an arrow.
No.
Oh, you can only make a coup de grace with a melee weapon?
Yeah.
Can't you just line up the arrow with his bow on his head?
You
Okay,
can do it with crossbow,
I'm gonna search
but not
his
with
body
just
for a dagger.
That's a terrible idea.
What's he gonna do?
You really don't have any?
Well, I mean, isn't that like is that a stealth check?
Well, yeah, you're fondling the guy.
Well, he's gonna have a nice dream before he's gonna get brutally murdered.
Are you going to crush his nuts?
No, I'm looking for a dagger.
Don't.
You could just, signal to me for a dagger. I have one. Wait.
Or me after I get vanished, I can just kill him.
Yeah, Maldrek just hands you something.
I think it's
on the way
perfectly
there.
reasonable.
I have a dagger for you, so I'll just hand it while you pass me.
Yeah,
Alright.
Maldrek hands it while you pass him. So
I
you
used
do...
the dagger to coup de grace.
Okay, what is the damage you would do? Also, a damage is times 3, right? Or times 2?
Dagger
two.
time 2, 1d4 plus his strength, plus your strength then.
Okay, what's your strength? Tell me that
1d4
first.
plus my strength.
No, 2d4 plus your strength
14.
times 2. That's 2d4 plus 4. Damage. Call it. That's 8. Okay, it needs to...
Oh, that's he can make that save, I think.
That's possible to make, yes.
Well, it's an 18 Constitution save.
No. 5 higher.
Oh, yeah, right.
No.
He doesn't.
Yeah, he expires. As your blade ends him. Yeah, Maldrek. Let's go to you again.
I'll first roll my stealth.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I don't need to.
Did you make Olaf vanish?
No, it's a touch spell. I'll first need to
Touch me,
stealth
baby,
to
one
him.
more time.
Yeah, he's vanished now. Olaf, you're vanished.
Sweet.
Which one are you starting with?
Let's start with the one I'm right in front of.
Okay, there's a guy in there. Looks like just a guard.
Didn't you just, you know, first execute him and then get to vanish?
I didn't want to wake him up as I entered the tent.
I put yeah, well, now it's a waste of a vanish.
Okay, I'm just gonna execute him.
Okay, damage. It's automatic crit.
I know.
And if it doesn't kill him outright, he gets a save. It killed him outright.
Okay, can I then move in there and kill them?
No, because that's a full round action. Shariel.
Okay.
My turn?
Yeah, stealth. You go into the next one, you stab. Okay, that's impossible for them to make. So you go to the next one. There's just a guard in there. Damage, please.
Oh, I mean, Tini.
That's one less than... Nope. Doesn't make it. He, yeah, unceremoniously dies.
Als je hem voor de deur hoort, dan rap je naar beneden. Dan ga ik zelf voor je halen.
Maldrek.
I'll silently look under this tarp, see if it's
It's a guard.
can I identify him as just a guard, or is he more leaderly looking?
It looks like the same as all of the others. Same clothes next to him, nothing special.
Okay. Crossbow can coup de grace, right? Or no?
Yes, it can.
Right, I'll do a crossbow coup de grace on it.
Okay.
Let's see the damage on my weapon. D8. Okay. Oh wait, it's times 2 weapon.
Still doesn't make it. Hard to make these saves.
Yeah, they have 12 health.
How do you know that?
You mentioned that Shariel got 1 under when she got 11.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You shoot an arrow right into his eye socket. Looks painful. Olaf,
Okay, I'm gonna move to this one now.
you're first going to give me a stealth check.
I don't have vanish, by the way.
I know, I
Without-
don't. That's why. Yeah, I removed
Without
it.
vanish. Nope, you don't get hurt. There's just the guard in there as well. Well, was.
I mean, any guard I touch with my greatsword, if it's a coup de grace, they're gonna die. So
Yeah.
there's only
I
one
don't
guy
think
left.
you even need to roll for it. I mean, you have
I
26
don't.
on the plus.
Yeah.
Well, I can. Oh, wait. 26. Yeah, it's impossible to fail. Because it will automatically get them beneath their constitution score. You cannot do less than 24 damage. So, by process of elimination, that leaves...
The captain.
The first tent we checked.
No. Dun.
Da-na-na-na.
I'll remove it.
What if there's a
Seems to
demon
be some
inside
energy
it?
coming from that tent.
Or Varning is like an epic
Can I
werewolf?
roll detect magic?
No. How?
You're a barbarian.
What? I could say that when I touch it, it makes me feel tingly.
That could be for other reasons than magic.
Right,
And then I just
Juan-
fall down
Juan can
dead.
sneak over as well.
Can we, like spend a turn to move to the
Surrounded.
tent and then,
One was the only company.
Right.
Is that okay?
grapple, pin, tie.
I want to
You
grapple
grapple.
him.
You grapple pin tie the guy. Looks pretty leaderly,
scream.
alright.
It looks more like Robin Hood.
He does.
Shut up.
Don't scream. I might jerk.
Hey, Robin Hood was a leader.
And I'm gonna have my hands on his chin, and I'm gonna
He's
tell
like
him, "Don't
50 feet
scream.
tall.
I might jerk."
He's huge.
How did he fit into that tent?
Fuck, shut up.
I'm gonna be on his chin. Like my whole body's gonna be on his chin.
That might
Cannot
be painful.
talk. You hear
Olaf, get off him!
as your testicles vibrate as he says
We need
that.
to interrogate him.
Is he actually that big?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna move my hands, but I'm gonna keep my hands. I'm gonna move my hands off his mouth, but I'm gonna keep it on the side of his head.
Who are you?
Well, let's say your worst nightmare right now.
Just a couple of friendly guys passing through. A little bit of both.
He looks at your arm. No, it can't be.
Surprise!
Yeah, he sees the brand scar. Haha.
I'm gonna walk over slowly.
Were you expecting this to be a good day?
So you could come back, and is
Did
the
you
one
have
staying
pleasant
there in the
dreams?
distance, Shariel?
No. One moment.
But yeah, I guess we'll let
Get it?
Olaf do the intimidating.
Get it? One moment.
Wow.
Good one.
Hey, Olaf, I'll let you do the intimidation and, to interrogation. But do not kill him, please.
I'll let Juan do the interrogation.
Can't talk, sadly. You can growl at his balls, though.
That's pretty
I think that's
intimidating.
pretty fucking intimidating.
Hey! We don't have to be...
Having you held down while a wolf growls at your nuts.
Hey, we're villains! We can be
Okay,
ruthless if we need to be.
Olaf. Start interrogating.
I'm going to tell him, answer what the red man says, or you might lose a couple jewels.
Oh no!
I'm gonna roll intimidate.
Hey, Mac, you're kind of quiet.
Oh my
I'll
god.
turn you up.
This
There
is the
you go.
moment that I let someone else do some RP and he immediately shoves it to me.
Well, I don't know what to ask.
No, neither do I!
Why did you want to
okay.
interrogate him anyway? Just kill the guy.
Daniel wanted it!
We're trying to
Yeah.
figure out some information. Where were you
No, we
headed
don't
to?
need information.
Oh yeah, so we might actually be legit people when we transform into them. Good point.
Yes, that's the plan.
What's your mission?
To keep Balentyne safe.
Yeah, okay. What
We
were you
already knew
doing
that.
out here? Where are you going?
Patrolling, of course. Routine patrol. Wasn't that dangerous, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Yeah, well, this is one of the downsides of the job.
You're not in a canoe, though, so it doesn't count.
What?
What?
No, never mind, I get it.
Oh, it's where the reference comes from?
Yeah, I took his reference and made it worse.
Oh god, Mac. Well, you can start telling me some. Well, will he tell us? Well, we can try. Well, you can tell us a bit about Balentyne. With an evil smile. More of his
Did you-
weaknesses than yes.
We should begin like
Did-
I'm gonna
Olaf.
pet his head.
Did you roll
What?
anything, Olaf? Because I don't see a roll
Yeah,
of yours.
the 18 plus 8. That's the intimidate.
26. Damn.
So what do you want to know?
You know, weaknesses of Balentyne.
Feeling
his
lucky.
commander, names of people. His
Are you feeling
habits.
lucky, punk? Huh? Are you?
We have all night.
I'm gonna look at him and lick my lips when she mentions all night.
Don't go there.
No,
Yeah,
no,
let's
no, it's
not.
not. No, it's nothing sexual. It just means that I get to torture him longer.
Yeah, maybe I should give a warning. He can be pretty lethal when he's torturing.
So he's kind of yeah, I need some particular information you want to know because I don't know what he would just say.
We want to know who his commander is. Anyone else? Some
Captain
various.
Captain Haviland, of course.
Wait, wasn't Captain Haviland part of that whole fiasco?
No, Haviland is the commander-in-chief of Balentyne. What kind of fiasco are you talking? What did those fools tell you?
That's none of your business.
Wasn't there something about an affair?
What would he know about that?
No, I'm just talking offhandedly to Sheriel. I lost
Yes,
interest in him mostly.
There was an affair.
You're keeping though grip on him though, right?
Oh hell yeah!
I'm trying to find where I wrote it down. Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I'm gonna have my legs crossed around his stomach to keep him there.
So, you just said something about Haviland, that Lord Haviland. That what were you saying about him?
Were you just going about the affair between Adderley and what's his name?
That has nothing to do with Haviland.
Yes.
Captain Zach Adderley was having an affair with Catelyn Mott, who's
Yeah, that's Franz Mott's wife. That's nothing to do with this guy, indeed.
okay. It has nothing to do. Okay.
Oh yeah, farting is this
But
guy.
you did find out something about Haviland. A rumor.
Lord Haviland must be guilty of something since he's so gloomy. Oh, there it is, indeed.
So yeah, he tells you that he serves Lord Haviland like the other captains. The leader of Fort Balentyne.
Lord Haviland is the gloomy one, right?
Yes, I just told
Yes.
you to
Why is he
remember,
so
Mag.
gloomy?
Because his wife died.
Why?
What's
How?
that? By dying, I don't know.
Why?
Like you're going to be if you don't give us a straight answer?
I think that was a straight answer, Olaf.
What
I
do
don't
you
think-
what do you normally do when you get into the keep each day?
I go to my man, I greet him, go back to my quarters, and rest for the night. And the next day I start doing my patrols. Until the next time for patrols outside comes. What's it to you anyway? He looks
That's
you
none
up
of
and
your
down.
business.
He looks you up and down. It's not like you can impersonate me.
So you want to
going
bet?
to. I'm gonna speak the command word and impersonate him using my hat.
He says,
I think
really?
I think all two of us are gonna do that. You wanna bet?
Yeah. Can we all just do that at once?
He says,
Can I make like a terrible
Oh.
impersonation of it since I'm the wrong gender?
A female version
You
of them.
wanna bet?
he looks at you. My tap? No. No, he goes, oh. Well,
Yeah.
in that case, I'm gonna shut up. Do your worst, dicks.
We begin
Well, then
to
it's,
do our work.
well, then it's useless. Olaf, go ahead.
I'm gonna stand up and start just using my heel to grind into his groin.
He's not talking.
Okay, I'm gonna pick my foot up and slam down.
Okay, I'm gonna speak to him before this happens. Before we get into this. I'll be
Okay,
like,
mid slam, I stop my foot, I lift it back up and let you talk.
is there any reason why we should let you live?
So that Mitra might shine upon you more favorably.
I'm gonna raise my foot up a little more.
You mean like Mitra has forsaken us and thrown us in Brandiskar, you mean? Huh?
I don't know whatever you did, but you must have deserved it. You scoundrels!
No.
You
I'm gonna
fiends!
slam my foot down now.
Now I'm going to do
Mid his sentence, I'm slamming my foot down.
I'm going to try a lie check. Well, so far I know I didn't do anything. I was just a regular farmer being thrown in Brandiskar. And now comes the bluff check where it shall fail.
The ways of Mitra are unfathomable. It must have been in your destiny.
To die like a forsaken one. Yeah, sorry, no. So I'm going to take my revenge on this Mitra.
Starting with you.
Well, starting is not too
My foot's
correct.
getting tired. Can I slam it down now?
Go ahead.
Okay,
He
I slam it
deserves
down
it.
as hard as I can and put all my weight on it while raging.
You hear something popping. And the guy falls unconscious. While screaming.
Like a
Well,
girl.
wait, take his clothes and make sure that they're intact.
Can we keep him as
It'll
a
help with
slave?
the
I think I could
disguise.
fetch a pretty price for him.
should,
Wait, can I
we
roll
should leave
praise
the
on him
bodies.
as a slave?
We should, and Olaf, we should not keep him alive. If he can escape, he's going to, you know, fuck things up for us. No. Just end him.
Fine,
Take his
I'm just
take his
gonna
clothes
gonna
first.
drop my hammer on his head.
No, wait. I stop him from that.
Okay.
What
should-
now,
we should-
woman?
We should strip him of his clothes before you get blood all over them.
Well, let's let's do that first. But I think that already happened with the foot slamming down.
No,
Well,
that's
it's
not
not
actually
as
that
bad.
bloody. I mean, you heard something pop, but you can probably guess what the thing that popped was.
So nothing of value.
Yeah.
Nothing he'll be using.
Anyway, it's pretty bloodless.
Okay.
So we want to give that to Maldrick?
Yeah, why not?
Can I splash some water on his face?
You wanna wake him up?
Yes.
You'll need a heal
You'll
to
need-
do that, I think.
You'll need quite a bit more than, you know. That's not just being unconscious. As you find out when you take off his clothes, because you see severe internal bleeding in that region.
Yeah, he's not gonna survive long.
Can I drop my hammer on his head now that he's naked?
Go ahead.
Okay.
The head bombs. Anyway,
All done.
Right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to take 3 of those horses. Solo? Splitting the party down. Okay, Angel, before I continue, what is your idea then? What should I do alone?
Well, when you enter Balentyne, you know, it's not like we're going in there immediately to open up the gates when we do.
Yeah, okay.
We should try and scout out, see where the armory is, you know, see where they're eating from. Just get some, like, general information before we
Okay.
go back in at a later date.
I'm gonna have an idea and I need to know if there's gonna be a magical item in the area, in the shops
don't-
first before I do that.
it occurs to you that if you go back without his full amount of soldiers, there's going to be questions about that.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about that. What if, you know that's a rumor about the bugbears, what if we use that in our advantage?
Run back saying bugbears attacked.
Run there alone, maybe wounded, indicating that we were attacked by bugbears.
I'll cut off your arm.
Or say there was a mutiny.
No.
No.
Yeah, mutinies
Because
don't.
if you say
don't
No.
do mutinies. Don't do mutinies.
You gotta think of this as a really strict army. Mutiny is severely punished. F.
Yeah, that
And-
would
and-
mean a hunting party and people getting. Yeah.
And if there's going to send out hunting parties, it might be that they discovered this. Even if we cover it up, there might be some tracks, and then it might get known. We have 7 bodies to discard.
Just burn them.
Yeah, well, pile of smoke might also be a bit going.
Okay.
Put them in a lake.
As you were looking at you were looking at the horses, and well, there's 7 horses, of which one has particularly shining armor.
Okay, just for now, I'm going to take 3 horses, and I was going to let them loose and just slap them the other direction, like they will go wild, but they might go back to the garrison.
I'm gonna
what is your
smile
plan?
while holding up my sword.
You know that we had 4 horses. That if we were to infiltrate with the 4 of us, we had 4 horses.
Thing is, if you infiltrate with the 4 of you, there's going to be talking, and there's only one of you that's actually good at lying.
That's a good idea. That's a good point.
That's why I said he should go in solo.
The thing is, though, that we need a way of communication, and out of character, I only know of 1 item:
And that is.
bird feather token.
Oh, you.
Yes, I'm using knowledge from. I'm using the knowledge out of my other group.
Okay.
Regardless, it's going to be a tricky situation, and going in solo is going to increase our chances.
Tell me it's there. Please tell me it's there.
It's
300 gold. Yes.
Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
5 bird feather tokens. That's like.
1,500. But that's not
Yeah,
5
but-
messages. Anyway, so what was your plan, Maldrick? So you would go in, and assuming that you do not return with the soldiers, it occurs to you that there will be questions. So what kind of story were you going to spin?
Well, since the town has rumors of bugbears, so I'm sure that the army knows them as well. I would use that as an advantage, saying that I was ambushed by a bugbear patrol. What it seemed like.
Yeah? And your man
losing.
unfortunately died. Okay.
Yeah, in a brutal fight, they lost their life, and I just barely made it escape. I would maybe get wounded a little bit.
I'm gonna start measuring your arm.
Without cutting him off, because I need it for spellcasting.
Also, you can be wounded without being, disfigured. Anyway,
Yeah, just get some bruises.
Maybe some arrow wounds, an arrow sticking out of my shoulder or something when it happens, when I return.
Bugbears wield bows.
Yeah, it might happen. I don't know.
do. They wield bows and, in this case, giant axes, which produce slashing damage. So, what will you do about the horses? I mean, you have the 1 horse that clearly belongs to the captain, which you will be taking, of course, but the other 6.
Well, releasing him would...
If you release them, they're going to return to the watchtower.
So the one choice is we either let him here to die, or we kill him outright and... I don't know.
I say kill all of them
Dump
except
them.
your horse, or you could just kill all of them. I think
No,
that
we
makes-
need the captain's horse. Let's,
Why do we need that horse?
I don't know, to make it sound a bit trustworthy that I'm able to escape from the bugbear patrol.
Okay, I
We
guess
should
that makes
wound the
sense.
horse as well.
Let's not do that because I don't know
Yeah,
if
that's not a good idea.
I don't know if handling an animal that's not mine requires checks. I don't know that.
Well, if you are able to convincingly impersonate.
That's gonna be a good disguise check. No, it's... Yeah, if I can completely become the captain, it might take me as its owner. Quote unquote.
It should
That was
just be
my
a check.
idea, and then use
The
the bird feather
horses in
tokens.
general are pretty antsy at seeing you guys standing around the campfire with with their owners dead around you.
I think I'll give Olaf the signal to start killing the non-captain horses.
I'm gonna give the reins to Sheriel for the captain horse.
I'll try and calm down the captain's horse.
That might be a
Yeah,
good
I'll
idea.
give you the reins, and I'm just I'm gonna take one horse away at a time into the forest where the others can't hear it. Then I'm
Is
just
that
gonna
wild
cut off their
empathy?
necks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you have wild empathy. Yeah, that is wild.
Okay,
empathy.
one moment. Let me check how that works real quick.
I think that's your charisma.
Basically,
I
you
don't
can. Wild empathy means you basically are able to diplomacy.
Wild animals.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1d20 plus my druid level plus my charisma modifier.
And I think that's your ranger level for a ranger.
Yeah.
No, it's.
So it's that's gonna be 2. Wait, no, it's just my full druid level.
Yeah, you don't have a druid level yet. Your druid level is your ranger level -3, I think.
That might be the ranger. Wait, I'm looking it up.
Make sure you look up the right wild empathy.
Well, as a ranger can improve the attitude of animals, as diplomacy to improve them. Ranger rolls 1d20 and adds his ranger level and his charisma bonus to determine the wild empathy check result. So
There you
ranger
go.
level and charisma bonus.
So, yeah, go ahead. Give it a try. What kind of...
It works like
for animals.
diplomacy.
Yeah, that works. So you improve its attitude from what's it called? Neutral to friendly.
Indifferent.
Indifferent to friendly.
There we go. It should be more agreeable now.
Yeah, it calms down a bit. Oblivious
should, yeah.
of the
Mass genocide.
the smaller amount of horses behind as they
Maybe
start to
maybe you should
disappear one by
maybe you should
one.
take it also to our horses. You know.
What?
Horses can talk, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, the horses are pretty far away, and hearing the other horses, you know, scream from death.
I mean,
It
I don't
might-
think there'd be much screaming as I just decapitate them.
Well, they're not helpless, so you can't go to grot them.
Yeah, but you can basically one-shot them.
Yeah, okay then. I'm not familiar on the HP of a horse.
15 HP.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
they're
then
gonna
easy.
die.
Easy. You can what do 14?
Except
I can do
the special
15 in one
horse
hit.
is 19.
Well, we saved the special horse.
I saw somebody made like the rules. They were like, you can't easily coup de grace a horse with a dagger, but he has like a giant sword. So
Yeah,
That's also a house rule, so... And you can, why would you not? A horse...
slit its throat.
Yeah. I mean, it even has a gigantic throat, so it's easy to reach. Sure you can. That's the whole point of
Yeah,
coup de grace.
I would say that we... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to know what you're planning to do now.
Well,
Because- so,
since
yeah, go ahead.
since they're on the patrol, I was thinking let's wait a day or two, maybe 3, and then return disguised.
we should
Balentyne.
continue the patrol. See if we can spot anything ourselves.
No, we should not do that. I mean,
Well, if we're going to be out here for 3 days, why just sit still and do nothing?
I didn't say we were going to be here out here for 3 days. It is possible for us to, you know, go back to town, stash the horse somewhere where we can, you know, come daily and attend to it.
That horse is easily recognizable.
Exactly.
True.
We should just continue
Disguise
the
the
patrol.
horse.
Put a hat on the horse.
Well, how are we gonna do that with 4 people doing a 7-man patrol? If we come across other patrols, questions might be asked, and then we have to kill them as well.
Put a pair of glasses on him.
I didn't
a
hear
fake
anything about any
mustache.
other patrols.
Yeah, well, of course, not everything is gonna be known to the public.
Well, how about me, Asorin, Olaf, and Juan head back to town, and you camp out for a bit. I'll give you we'll make sure that you're set up with rations and stuff, And when you head back, you can go ahead and continue your mission at Balentyne.
Yeah, well, you should keep me. Go to the alchemist. I inform you of the bird friend tokens. That should be a good idea.
Okay.
And I'll use my own familiar for communication with you guys.
I don't have the gold for that.
I'll give you a pouch of 6. I have 500 gold, so I'll give you a pouch of 300 to get one.
Is everyone okay with this plan? I'll look at Osorin and Olaf.
Let me summarize. So, Maldrek and the horse, which is called Varlet, which you know because name tag, are going to, stay here for a while. You 3, including 1, are going to return to town, while Shariel is going to get 1 feather token bird from the alchemist shop, which will be Maldrek's familiar will come and get that from you. Yes?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
And at that point, the party will be split for, until Maldrek is done doing what he needs to do in Balentyne. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will.
If everyone's
also-
okay with that, I will set the plan in motion.
It's
thing that will also
more than
happen
one
is that
person need to go to the town.
I will
I don't
try
know
to
what you're
do.
saying. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Enunciate, please.
Okay, I was asking if it was necessary for more than one person to go to the town.
Well, what are you going to do here?
Back up.
If we want to keep one person as backup, I would more say Olaf or Shariel, because Ranger with survival.
Whoever's more charismatic. Olaf, what's your charisma or diplomacy?
I have a +3 diplomacy.
Okay, then you should stay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so Shariel, Soren, and Juan are returning to town, right?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to give the others the poison that I'm carrying, and the 300 gold, and what else I could give them?
300, not 200.
Yeah, sorry, 300. Basically some stuff that I don't really need to have with me that could give away my identity. Checking what I can give away, what I can do.
Damn it. Juan, stop typing.
Yeah. The rat poison, that's the most important that could give it away. I can't really run around with what was it? A lot of poison.
Yeah, it's like a flour bag full.
Yeah, so...
Are you going to tell them something to do with that poison? I mean...
Stash it, hide it, keep it safe from others' view. Don't lose it. It was a lot of gold.
Okay, I'll also try to find out more information about when that stew would arrive.
You
At
know
Balentyne.
that. Mondays.
Oh, on Mondays, okay. I'll write that
Let me take my suck it out of my thumb method. It's Friday.
2-3 days till you can do the stew point. You could also do that, poison the stew.
Well, if you do that, the people that are not killed will be better within like a week. So you should not do it this Monday, but next Monday.
Oh, I thought it was for the watchtower, but yeah, you're right. Next Monday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Balentyne.
Remember, you gotta report to
apparently
Hal.
Mama Giuseppe is going to bring her delicacy to Balentyne each Monday.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could also be maybe a thing. See if you can. Mama Giuseppe, is that just a person with a person, or is it actually a cook in a restaurant or something?
Just a person. I mean, from what you've
I'll be right
heard,
back.
she had a son in the watchtower Balentyne, but he has long since well stopped with that job. But as thanks for the protection, she still goes there each week, and she seems to be quite popular with the soldiers.
Okay. Well, you know, maybe out or house out or stuff could also be possible.
Okay, so what with the 4 horses that are here? I mean, you can handle them with 2 people. That's no problem, right?
Should be no problem.
Okay.
So I guess we want to take them back to what's his face,
Yeah, the stable owner.
Yeah.
and I'll come up with a sob story of how Maldrick died or something.
Or, you know, just say that he has stayed behind where he was headed. You guys returned
so much
to...
more interesting if you died.
Yeah, but...
You are bad at lying. You might
You're
want
bad
to
at
tell
lying
the
and-
truth.
That's true. That's
bluff
true.
checks might fail.
So I'll just be honest as much as I can.
Well...
Okay, so anything else before they set off?
Just remember you report to Hevelin, and then you normally go to your quarters afterwards. Wherever
Yeah.
those are. Good luck.
Godspeed.
What also will be discussed that I will try to do nightly courier things with my familiar,
Okay.
so
Yes,
that they
especially
know that
the
they would
tokens.
that they could expect a hawk at their window at the night.
Yeah, why do you need feather token birds anyway?
For them, not for me.
So that they can send you a message.
In case something comes up and I need to exfiltrate ASAP.
Look at Mister using military talk.
Well, it is kind of a military infiltration.
Snake.
He's just
This is a
practicing.
sneaking mission.
Weapons. Oh shit! Weapons and equipment procure on site. Yes.
I managed to sneak in my cigarettes. How did you do that?
Through my stomach.
Sure, stomach.
So, yeah.
That's a quote from Metal Gear Solid. If you don't know that,
Come
you
on,
should
you
feel bad.
guys! Really?
I've never played that game.
You should.
out.
I played a little bit
Out.
of it the first time.
No.
But no, really, you should play it once. It's a really good game.
It was so nerve-wracking just to sneak everywhere.
Yeah, it was. That someone would like look. Fucking twig. What was that noise?
Can you give me a minute? I want to go grab a drink real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well. Before we
I'm gonna
set the
play
plan in
Minecraft.
motion. Admit it, you've been doing that all the time, Mac.
I was.
Stop doing that.
Why? By doing this, I managed to score a crit.
So yeah, Shariel and Osorin. You set
They
off
left.
with. Yeah, with the 2. Oh, they are
To-
here.
No, they left to get their stuff.
Really?
Like bathroom, water, things like that.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
I have returned.
Thanks. I hope you don't roll any ones while you're infiltrating.
Oh man, please.
Because I don't think you can fight your way out of that.
Actually, I can. I'm hoping I can.
I just figure, like, if anybody joins you, that just increases our chance of rolling a 1.
The thing is, my diplomacy is not really good, so I have to be careful when I roll it.
Well, you're just going to be using bluff, mostly, right?
I hope. But there might be a situation where I have to use diplomacy.
Well, you don't have to change people's disposition because they already like the character that you're pretending to be.
Let's just hope that my disguise checks are good. Because even a plus 15 might fail.
You have to pray to the faceless god.
No, I have to pray to Asmodeus.
Wait. It's the many-faced god. My bad.
So, who are we waiting for?
You know what I'm talking about?
Okay,
siren.
so, Soren, are you back?
Yep.
Okay, everyone is here. So, you see them set off, Maldrek and Olaf, leaving with the 4 horses. And, over the next X days, well, you manage to survive. And I'm going to switch to them in Aldencross. You can interrupt me whenever you want to do something.
Uh-huh.
This is real. Time is passing at the same rate as it is for them. So, it is almost dawn when you two return. Sheriel. Or Soren.
So, plenty of time to do stuff?
Yeah, it's morning.
And it's Saturday?
It is Saturday. No, it was night and I said it was a Friday, so it's still a Friday. After midnight, you know.
Alright.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go to the alchemist shop and get the bird, whatever.
With 4
tokens.
horses in tow.
Oh, yeah. I need to go to the stable.
Yeah, you do that. And the man looks quite concerned as he sees you approach with, less than what you're left with. And he asks, what happened?
Well, it was a rather interesting trip, and Maldrick decided he wanted to stay out a little bit longer. But it's nothing to be concerned over. Everything went fine. The emergency's taken care of, and I really appreciate your help.
What about the other dude? The bulky, stupid-looking dude.
Oh yes, he needed to assist Maldrick as well. He often slips my mind as well.
Ah, yeah, it's good
Villa?
that you... Yeah?
You do know that he actually doesn't know about the 3 other people, right? It was only me that got the horses.
Well, I'm assuming that
Well,
you must have
whatever.
seen them, otherwise this would be very weird.
No?
Yeah, anyway,
Okay.
well, glad that I was able to help you guys. About the horses. Well, the usual renting price is 25 gold per horse.
Is there any way you can knock that price down a little bit?
Perhaps.
I mean, you have to understand this was a situation that was extremely out of our hands, as Maldrick explained.
He looks at you lecherous and looks at you up and down and he says, perhaps.
Ooh, get him! Ooh, get him! Ooh, get him! Ooh, get him! He wants the V.
Well, is there any other way?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
go ahead.
That I
Roll,
could, pay for
try haggling with your diplomatic skills.
All right.
I need to make a living, you know. It's yes.
My wife,
I
she has
can't
been
drop my
putting out
prices, sorry.
recently.
Shut up, you're not here.
Oh, Soren, do you think you could help me out a little bit with this?
Sure.
He does not swing that way.
You both should walk away, use disguise, and walk back, and pretend to be each other.
I don't know if that would work out too well.
Especially if you
fine.
take especially if you take him up on the offer. Anyway, roll diplomacy.
Oh wait, then
yeah,
we
I
just
was there the whole time.
Oh, Soren roll diplomacy?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Damn it.
Look. Are you going to pay for the horses, or I'm going to have to call the guards?
It's
Oh,
fine,
Soren, can
we'll
you pay for them?
Yeah, I have enough.
That'll be 100.
This is where magic would come in handy.
Suddenly a hawk arrives. Sorry for this.
Suddenly a hawk arrives and
I still have my
and craps on all the gold.
2,004 gold, so minus 100.
Okay.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, I need to deduct the 300 gold.
Okay. After that, you can make your way to the what's it's called, alchemist shop.
Alchemist shop, alright.
Well, I don't know if they would sell. Anyway, you find it, and you describe what Maldek asked you for, and of course, you're not quite that magically inclined, but he hands you it. I hope that Maldek explained to you how to use it.
Of course.
Okay.
I'm not that stupid.
No, you never know. So yeah.
While we're here,
Yeah.
Soren, do you think that there's any interesting potions you'd want to get while we're here?
Could probably just pick up 2 potions of cure. Moderate.
Cure moderate is expensive.
It's really
how
expensive.
Okay, cure light wounds in that case.
Yep, 2 are available. Was it like 50 each? I forget.
Yep, 50 each.
Alright. I'll take them.
Okay, you get handed 2 potions of cure light wounds. So yeah, you do that. What else do you do? I'm assuming that you have all the important stuff. You have all the incriminating things that you can happen, that you can use to make stuff happen.
Oh!
We should deliver the letter.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Let's go to the
And I
post
now
office.
realize. And who has the letter?
I'm assuming that you gave it to him.
Okay, then that is good because I realized I didn't tell I gave the letter.
I'm assuming that you gave everything that could incriminate you.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's not something you want one of the 2 captains to find on you.
True.
Try beating to a pulp. So yeah, you have the letter. Are you going to look for a courier?
Sure. Let's flag one down or go to the post office, ask around, whatever it takes.
Yeah, honestly, I have no idea how couriers used to work in the Middle Ages. So, you find
They
one.
probably have like an office.
Yeah, probably. And And he asks you, where shall I deliver this? Because addresses weren't a thing yet. Back then.
To Franz Motz.
Ah yes, at Balentyne. I shall make sure that it's delivered by dusk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I figure we should deliver the letter now because we're going to also be sending the poison over on Monday.
Next
And
Monday.
Not
The
this
week after
Monday.
it. The week after.
The week after?
Yeah,
No,
the
it's-
bugbears still need a week to prepare. So we need to be...
Okay. That's fine.
We're moving really fast. I think.
It's not the end of the world.
Who has the clay seal, by the way? Also, who has the shooty thing?
I think
know.
that I had them, but I gave them to Shariel in safekeeping.
Okay.
Or Soren, both of them, since they are, in town and not in Balentyne.
Okay. So, what else do you do today?
Is there any way to kind of make some extra coin around town?
Not really.
Darn.
I mean, you did.
Take all the side quests.
You can't really sell the things that you found on him because they're clearly marked.
There's no shady salesman around that would take the stuff.
No.
Okay.
What about betting in like card games?
Betting is illegal.
Oh, really? Wow,
Yeah.
what isn't illegal?
Being a
Modest, civilized person.
being a modest citizen. That's the only thing that's allowed.
Not killing.
Speaking of being a model citizen, what kind of check would I have to do to steal stuff? Sleight of hand?
That's sleight of hand
Oh.
versus perception. Also, very bad idea.
It might turn out to be a sleight of hands against, 20 perceptions, and one of them will roll a 20. Or one of them will roll higher than you, that's even better said.
Oh, Soren, is there anything else you wanted to purchase?
Not exactly.
Okay. To what time do you want me to skip forward?
I would say 3 to 4 days ahead.
When you leave for
Return to Balentyne, yeah.
Okay. Any
Oh.
objections?
Nope.
Nobody?
Can I attempt to gather information at least one more time between them?
Yeah, I'll
only
give
one
you the
set
rest
left.
of the information.
Okay, should I roll for that, or are you just going to give it?
You have so many chances per day that you'll find out the rest. Okay, I will tell you the rest.
I need to type them out.
Apparently, Ballon Barhold, the innkeeper, has a serious appreciation for wine. He loves the good stuff, but because all of the good kinds of alcohol are illegal, he can't find any of it.
Oh my god, we have the Elvish wine.
Yeah. Okay, that's that.
Okay, can I go to the innkeeper with that?
Give me a second. I'm giving you all the other.
Oh, okay.
A certain evening, well, when you're just spending time at the inn, because time doesn't exactly fly while waiting. There's a delegation of soldiers there, and you overhear the guy, well, it's not a captain, but it's like the head honcho of the group of soldiers, and he's proposing a toast, and you overhear it. Here's to the soldiers of Balentyne, 100 of the finest fighting men it's ever been my privilege to serve with, and everyone else. Hurrah!
That information might be good to send over to Maldrick. If there's 100 soldiers.
Yeah, but you should perhaps not use your one feather token on it.
What's the limits of the token? Can I send like a huge message?
You can send basically everything you can write down. So yes,
Okay.
a huge
So then
message.
I'll wait until I need to do it, I guess.
You could also. I'm assuming that you that you bought some, stuff to write, and that when you get your first message from Maldrek, you will be able to just. I'm assuming that your hawk would allow someone else to attach a message when it returns, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at least the three other people I'm mostly with, he would be familiar with them.
Okay, so you can wait until you get a message. You also found out that apparently the Lord's Dalliance got that name because it used to be a brothel. And a bit late now, but you also hear that there used to be a secret passage to the Watchtower.
Well, we found it out. We found it out the hard way.
Well, at least we know its use, or what it was used for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was used for the Lord to have a good time. And of course, you hear a conflicting story about Haviland. Apparently, Lord Thomas Haviland is the most honorable and capable commander that Balentyne has ever had. If he can't keep the watch wall working, then no one can.
Excellent.
And that's all of the details you can find out. You have literally exhausted the city.
Okay, so I'll head over to the innkeeper, who has the serious appreciation for the wine, and I will take my the elvish wine, which I assume we still have our room that we've rented at the tavern, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take the wine from the room that we stored there, and take it over to the innkeeper.
Oh, where did you get some of this stuff? You immediately
a trader.
recognize it as some fine elven honey wine.
A trader rolled into town the other day, and who better to appreciate wine than our favorite innkeeper here?
How could I have missed it, trader? Curses! Well, I simply must ask you to sell that to me. That's amazing, that wine. That has to be on my menu.
Well, Barnaby over at the tavern has also offered me a pretty good deal on it. And, he's also a pretty good friend of mine. And I've only just met you, but I have heard that you do appreciate it. Perhaps you could offer me a good deal?
Give me a diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
All these fancy words, and I just get like a +0.
Now you get a bonus. I mean, he wants to be helpful, and he really wants it.
Oh, your wolf is pretty diplomatic.
Yeah, my wolf could roll better than that. At least it's above 10.
You bought me. Okay. Dat is een fort thuis.
He offers you 390 gold for the lot.
You've got yourself a deal. What was your name again?
Balentyne.
Balentyne. Well, here you go.
That is some nice wine as he looks at it. Gotta tell you, man. Can never be as happy as having 12 bottles of elven wine. It's pretty great.
Eyes start to shine.
What do you...
Huh?
What did he say?
Oh no, just about the person that you sold it to. His eyes start to shine at the wine. Like,
Yeah, he's pretty helpful.
Da-na-na-na.
Okay, day
Yeah.
8, dawn. So, that means it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I'll add that gold to the loot pile later on.
So yeah, it's Wednesday.
so it's been 3 to 4 days now. Or how
Yeah,
many
and,
days did we?
On Monday, by the way, you did see. So I'm assuming that you're kind of paying attention to those sort of stuff things. Osoren and Cheryl, you saw on Sunday evening some guy bringing quite the delivery of meat to Mama Giuseppe's house. And the day after, early in the morning, you saw her leave with a basket full of, well, presumably food, a large basket, towards Balentyne.
How is she traveling? Alone or?
Alone, but the most important part is that apparently the meat for it is delivered the day before.
Okay.
Got it.
I by the way, I can imagine something terrible happening because I hope you're good at counting, Maldrek. Otherwise, you might get killed by the poison.
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep in close contact, so they'll probably notify me via my familiar if I should not.
Yeah,
eat
you
the
need
stew.
to tell me when you're sending an exact message. But anyway,
Yeah.
Wednesday dawn. So you're still at the campsite, Maldrek and Olaf. Nothing of note has happened.
All right. How long travel time is it to Balentyne?
A few hours.
All right. So I notify Olaf that I am gonna head back towards Balentyne. You know, disguised as Mr. the Captain.
Didn't I just kill you?
But well, first I'm gonna make sure he wounds me a little. You know, some tears in the clothes. I asked it. I know it's a bit late, but I asked an arrow from Shariel that I'm going to try to stick in my shoulder.
Well, you used to be an adventure. No.
No. But I'll have it like stick in the back of my shoulder, so cuts, bruises. Well, Olaf had some fun with me.
That's actually pretty painful, but okay.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean, but it needs to look real that I'm being I was attacked by bugbears.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you're not taking Olaf with you.
No, of course not.
So Olaf, good luck walking to Alcos.
Sorry, Mac.
Can I go see if I forgot to kill one of them? One of the horses?
You did not forget to kill one of the horses.
God damn it.
Is there a rule for riding 2 on 1 horse?
Well, you'll need to. Basically, the distance to Balentyne and to Aldencross is basically the same.
And it would be bad if they spotted, Olaf on the back of me when I'm, arriving there
That
wounded.
would be hilarious, though.
So I wouldn't really risk it. He knew that he would
I
have to
could
walk.
disguise myself as one of the people. I could cut myself up.
Disguise yourself as a horse to get there faster.
Not bad. So you make your way back to Aldencross somehow.
I don't exactly think that would work, but okay.
Okay, just so you also know, Familiar is now on tattoo on the shoulder, under cover of the clothes.
Okay.
It's bad if they saw the tattoo.
Okay.
Oh god, this is gonna be...
Someone start the A-team. No.
Bum 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 bum. Bum
No.
bum.
No, shut
bum,
up.
Bum.
Shut up.
Just don't, Mac. Let's start a Metal Gear Solid.
So, as you approach, Maldrek, let me first give you your first obstacle. Give me a disguise check. You are pretty good at that. Thumbs up.
Thank you, Charisma and Circlet.
Well, to be honest, you could just take 10, but...
Yeah, well, I'm still gonna... Oh, really?
As you approach the gates, all alone, without, the rest, from the gatehouse, you hear a guy yelling out, "Halt!" And he looks at you. "My word! What happened to you?"
And Olaf.
Pierce! Attack! Help me! And I fall off my horse.
Don't fall off your horse, it's a bad idea.
Really?
Horses are pretty high, you know.
Okay,
You
never mind then. I didn't
weakly
know.
slide off of your horse.
Well, I tend to show weakness and that I've been wounded for quite a while.
Bluff. Someone! Cards! Help the man! Get him to his quarters! Get him... No, get a... Is there a college? They don't have an infirmary. Seriously?
I guess quarters would be the best bet then.
It is at this point that I suddenly realize a flaw in your plan.
Oh?
You know that Haviland is a paladin, right?
Oh, it's square.
Oh no.
That evil. Anyway,
That was one thing I didn't think of. Fuck.
Wait, you can always
bring him
come up with
to
stories
bring him
about it.
to his.
Channel timed out.
What the hell?
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, okay. Bring him to his quarters. And do you have your key with you, so that we can get you in your quarters?
I have a possession, so I'm assuming yes.
Okay.
That doesn't work.
Yeah.
I have a strong aura of evil.
So you see Haviland sniffing around.
Juan is still talking.
There's evil in the air.
I'm going to see what the most direct route is. Whoever has a
Freaking
Skype sound
paladins.
on, turn it off.
Laptop on loud again. Yep, my bad.
Oh, good. Well, yeah. So you managed to hand over your key somehow, and you are brought to your quarters. And in the meantime, you see some stuff. Let me reveal what you see.
Oh, by the way, Mac crashed, he says.
Oh well.
Huh? I can never forget that one tiny detail.
It's always something.
Yeah, well...
It's actually quite busy inside, and people are quick to turn around and look at you. Because, you know, it's not normal to see you know...
wounded.
Yes. And, stay here, sir. I will get Father Donegan. And, he leaves the room. You're left alone.
First thing I'll do is I'll take a look around the room without, you know, leaving the bed. Quick. See what's in the room.
It is a sparsely furnished room. It is actually quite abandoned. Seems that the guy actually might have had it down that he might have a house in Aldencross. And as you lay around there, looking around, you hear footsteps approach. And a very fatherly father fathers his way into your room. What happened, my child?
I was surprised by a bugbear patrol. All my men are dead. I was the only one to make it out.
No. It can't be. Bluff.
Lie?
Yes. Well, technically all of your men are dead, but it's not bugbears that killed them. Oh boy. That was
actually has
that was not a good one.
I know. I rolled a 5. Oh fuck.
Well, you still look like the guy you're supposed to look like. You should get some rest. You're talking nonsense.
Yes,
Here,
yes, you are right.
I will lend you some healing power so that you may get better. For the rest, you should rest. And he heals you, which does exactly nothing. And he leaves.
Him gone, I start looking in any cabinets or desks maybe for some letters, reports.
You see nothing of value there. The entire room looks barely used. There's like a bed, and that's it.
Okay, so he does not live here.
How many days ago was the letter sent?
4 or 5.
4.
Okay.
It should have been already with him for like 3 days or so.
No, it's actually it takes a while.
Well, he said it would be
He said
arrived
one
by
day.
dusk.
Look,
Oh yeah.
I say
Wow.
stupid things sometimes.
That is true.
And I roll a perception check.
Yes, I have a +8. 25.
You hear a scuffle coming from the west.
A scuffle from the west. Or from here. Ish.
Further. Well,
Further.
you don't know that, but
Yeah, well. I think if I'm right with my orientation, that is south. West.
that direction is west.
Okay. So it's gonna be a bit tricky, but I'm going to cast Vanish on myself and out the door.
What?
If there's
Did you
any-
say?
Vanish so that I'm invisible, and
Why would
then
you need to vanish?
because if I don't know, be careful. I have a spell. I can use it.
This one, right?
Yeah.
It's locked.
The other one?
This one?
Yeah. Making sure that my vanish is
That
long
door
enough
is
to run.
that door is in fact open. Well, not open. It's not locked.
Oh.
And it's a furnished room, but again, it looks quite barren. There's one thing you do know, though. Several scraps of parchment.
Can I take a closer look at the scraps?
Well, when you get them together, it quickly dawns on you what those scraps are.
This is
That
a
is-
ladder. This.
Yeah, and apparently someone got really, really angry after opening it.
Okay,
The scuffle, you still hear it going on, but it seems that you're the only one that hears it, because you don't really hear anyone else reacting.
I am just for knowing this hallway. I'm going to check this door. I know where it leads, so in case I need to escape, I know the layout a bit.
You see a forge and several weapon racks and a stairway up, and something that you do recognize: a trapdoor in the floor.
Right, so I could now assume that that's the leading to the secret exit.
Perhaps.
Okay. Oh well, of course I can't assume, but it's a guess. Okay.
Well, your vanish is up.
Yeah, I will reapply it, and I'll check this door, peek out this one, and return to my room. I'm not going to risk going further in. I can peek out even that door at 8B. I know this one. Not being too dangerous. Careful, because I didn't.
The door's locked.
Ah. Okay.
And you return back to your room. And it is about at this time that the scuffle ends. And about, say, 20 seconds later, you hear a scream. And then the sound of many footsteps.
I check my disguise and to see if it's still, you know, me, the person, and I check where the scream is coming from, because I know I'm disguised as...
You hear it coming from the west.
I'll run out, you know, seeing a bit surprised, and run to the source? Or try to run to the source?
Well, you mean you go back to the main hallway or what?
Yeah, where the scream is coming from.
Yeah, it came from somewhere to the west, but that seems to be the logical way to get there, since all of the others go to sleeping quarters.
Yeah, I'll,
Yeah, go ahead. And you see a lot of soldiers crossing from here to here.
I immediately follow after them, you know, being
You know, a captain.
captain, and the scream, and what's going on here?
Give me seconds. Yeah, you enter here and it's clearly that
channel timed out.
Mac.
no, also on this
Mac.
time.
Also,
What? I'm still
sorry,
here.
Mac. Sorry.
So yeah, you enter into the room and it's immediately clear that this is that this is a kitchen, and with many soldiers gathered around, you see two things. One, you see what looks like a cook fainted on the ground, and two, a lot of soldiers are rushing into the what should be, you know, the mess hall, to help with something.
I immediately, I followed to the mess hall.
And you enter the hall, a lot of tables and such. And what you see here is, let's see who survives. Which of the two?
Oh, do I get to see the battle?
No, you see the aftermath. You missed the battle.
Oh,
There was a scuffle.
that was the battle. Okay. Of course, I'm
Okay.
disguised. I could have checked it.
You see Captain Adderley standing there with a bloody longsword and what appears to be the corpse of Captain Mott. Well, you haven't seen him, but you assume it's that is the person, because of course
Based
you know
on-
more about this.
Based on
And,
the description.
What basically happens is soldiers are restraining Adderley, and are basically, "You murderer! Someone Get Lord Hevelin. And several soldiers, well, when they hear that they rush upstairs. Well, they rush elsewhere. You don't know it's upstairs yet.
I'll run towards the downed Captain Mott, I assume, and to see if he's still responding. Arriving surprised.
He seems very dead, indeed.
I stand up and go and look at Adderley like, why, Adderley, why? You know the crime for attacking someone in a duel.
I have no regrets. That man was, how should I put this?
like in a, oh man, if that was you really said it.
I'm looking for the words.
Yeah.
Fucking my wife.
Thank you.
It was the other way around.
Oh. Well, my wife was doing.
Sleeping
Wait,
with my
what?
wench.
Oh yeah,
I was doing his wife.
that guy, he attacked me first.
He stole my soul.
Shut up, you. I'll let me do this. So, yeah, he attacked me first. He's not giving you more information than that he attacked first.
But still, you should have gone for guards. You know how this will end now. May Mitra have mercy on your soul. And I leave him.
That's a serious bluff.
I know. And you know what? Before I roll, I'm going to spend an anti-hero point.
An anti-hero point. Yes.
Yeah,
let's go. Let's go.
So that's a 11. Am I lying? No. So 19.
Go ahead. You win.
Yes! Okay, so let me quickly deduct a point.
You can add a hero point to a roll.
Yeah, you can use a hero point before a roll to get a +8 or after to get a +4.
Alright.
Note though that if you were to come to die, you cannot use your 2 hero points to cheat death.
So, it is only a few minutes later, as you see a very paladin-like person approach. I mean, he has the most paladin-y person you have ever seen in your life.
Ugh, paladin. Uh-oh.
I'm looking for him. Where the hell is he? Oh, he's still in his quarters. He's on my map somewhere.
With Detect Evil, you can't pinpoint it, you just know that evil is nearby, right?
Yeah, there's an aura.
Oh, you're a mage. Never mind.
Yeah, I know the undetectable alignment, but still, I can't really call on upon a Sorin now.
Well, given the place where you are right now. And he approaches. I mean, look at the guy. If that doesn't scream paladin, I don't know what does.
He's huge.
Just wearing his armor. You're just around.
Ignore this roll for me.
You have signed your own death warrant. You know the punishment for dueling unto death. You shall hang for this. And he looks around. Look what you've done. You've tainted this entire place with evil.
Uh-oh.
Well, given the situation, Maldrick is lucky.
This is when you should report in, I think. Because what other opportunity are you going to get?
But what do you mean report in?
You're supposed to report to Haviland, and you never did.
Well, I'm technically still recovering from, a bugbear assault. Quote
Alright.
unquote.
I'm not actually there, so I can't give advice.
And,
No, but I appreciate your out of character advice.
and he says, "Have this man shackled and put in the holding cells. He shall hang tomorrow at noon in Alden Cross." don't.
I know I'm not doing it. It'd be funny if someone started laughing in all this crowd, like,
And he turns to you. "Ryan, weren't you recovering?"
Yes, my liege, but I had to hear what this commotion was. You never be too certain in this dire situation.
Yes, of course. Well, you should get back to your recovery. I
Yes,
can
my
wait
lord.
on your I can wait on your report. It's from what I've heard, it was merely bugbears. We can keep them at bay here, so that should be fine. But when you recover, let me know your report. Okay, you'll find me in my quarters as usual.
Yes, my lord, of course. I bow as he leaves, or I leave before I leave.
He leaves. Also, if you pay attention, you'll know that I just gave you an immense hint.
When you cover in my
Prepared.
quarters.
No, I said something else except in my quarters. I said in my quarters. As usual.
Oh, as usual. So he's always
As
in his
usual.
quarters. Yes.
I'm going to help you here a bit because the hints can be quite obtuse.
Yeah, I'm a bit slow in hints. I know.
So,
I'll return to my quarters after this whole commotion. Maybe checking up on the cook to see how she's doing, or he.
she.
He.
Well, other people are already helping her, and one guy has brought a gigantic bucket of water, and let's just say she's awake. And kind of scolding the guy. "Haven't you learned any manners?" Anyway,
Yeah, I'll return to my quarters and.
as you
pretend I'm
are
resting.
returning to your quarters, it is about
Oh.
that time that you see the group of dwarf engineers enter, and they basically immediately enter this door here. They seem ready for more work.
Oh, I am a bit behind them because I'm going back to my quarters. But where do they go in, or heading? Are they heading? I mean.
They head into here.
Ah, the forge. Okay.
Well, because there's a stair up.
Ah, yeah. Okay, I get it. Or it could be blacksmithing. But yeah, I know the rumors. Right. What time is it? After all this commotion?
It's noon.
Okay.
It is about this time that Olaf arrives in Aldencross. So yeah, Cheryl and Olsoren, you see Olaf arrive.
Back? Ah, yes. I think. He's back.
What took you so long?
You guys took my horse.
But you had all the other horses.
They were dead before you left.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, it's glad to have you back. We have a way to speak to Maldrick, but it's only a one-time message. In an emergency. He should be well on his way. I trust everything went according to plan.
As far as I know, yeah.
Oh god. Okay.
Well, what do you do, Maldrick? Now.
So it's how many hours till night?
It's noon!
Oh, noon. Fuck. Sorry. Not paying attention.
How many hours to... Jesus.
Yeah, I mistook the
They
word
still
noon.
have 24 hours in this world.
I know. I guess I'll go for a walk, try to see if I can find some place outside. But before I leave, I write a message for the others. Hide it in my pocket.
What is the message?
Detailing that I did a successful infiltration. I'll try to get some intel, and that that I think I am close to the secret exit. Maybe also write in that Haviland is mostly in his quarter from what he told me.
Okay.
And maybe ask how it's going on their side with information gathering or Madame Giuseppe.
Okay.
And then
So you
I-
write
I-
that message. How are you trying to... Are you going
Oh,
to try to deliver it?
Well, I was going to see if I could go to a place outside where I could, pretend I'm doing a nightly walk because I am having trouble sleeping.
It's day.
And then when I just said it was night. Oh, it's day. Fuck.
It's noon.
Yeah, I'm getting trouble at the moment with detecting hours. Sorry.
Cast detect hours.
First I'm having trouble with this. Really strange. I guess I'll wait a couple of hours and then think I'm rested enough. I'll look around a bit.
Okay, just tell me where you are looking around.
I'll going to
I mean, it's
Like
not
some-
like people are going to ask you a lot of questions.
no, but I guess I'll check a bit strategically and see to go to first random door that that I haven't entered yet, and I'm just checking.
This great room, it's filled with 60 wooden bunk beds, each with 2 small chests pushed underneath them. And many of these, at this moment, there are like a dozen off-duty guards walking around, keeping busy.
I do a little walk around, do it like I'm doing an inspection. Not really official, like.
And
I just-
as you walk around, actually a man comes up to you, and he looks not unlike the 6 guards that you killed. In fact, he looks very much like one of those. And he goes, "Sir, is it true what I heard? That our comrades got attacked? That you and our comrades got attacked by bugbears?"
Ah, yes, soldiers, the rumors are true. I cannot tell too much. I first have to report to Lord Haviland.
Certainly. Oh. No,
Do not.
not my friends. And
And
he seems quite distraught at the loss of several friends.
And I pat them on the shoulder. I am truly sorry. I did my best, but they fought valiantly. But the bugbears were just too many.
You know what I'm going to ask, right?
Love.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lie?
Yes. You did not, in fact, fight valiantly. Okay.
That's it.
So yeah,
Oh yeah.
you managed to find your way there. Yes. He looks quite distraught, but yeah, he goes back, kind of looking depressed at the ceiling, lying back on his bunk bed. Does not seem like a happy guy.
Oh, I continue my so-called inspection, and then I then leave through.
Yeah, there's a few guys. You seem to notice that that the guards are apparently all belong to like a certain captain, and you only see 4 of your people here, and many others, but they're all clothed differently, having a different. Like your men have bows, but you see people with halberds. You see some that are wielding long swords and such.
Yeah, huge variety of soldiers with each regiment, whatever. Yeah. Okay, I continue looking and I go through 8A.
Yeah, that leads outside.
Oh. Okay. Oh, this door then.
As I said, that leads outside.
Yeah. Cross.
I'm very bad at. Oh, I didn't check if it's actually full. Let's open. This room is stocked almost up to the ceiling with all the common equipment necessary to keep the watchtower running. There are large stocks of torches, rope, nails, pitch, lamp oil, lumber, bricks and mortar here.
Uh-huh. Well, seeing nothing interesting.
Guards and servants enter here regularly, but not constantly. If you think that if it would come to that, this might be a fine place to hide for a short time, but not long.
Okay. I continue my investigation of the area, and I'll. Oh, take care.
Where is here?
Next to 9, the room that's still.
Okay.
Alright, I'll ping better. Ooh.
It seems like a place to change clothes. And you see the several pieces of cleric vestments hanging in the closets.
Okay. I'll do as I accidentally open one of the doors, like this one.
Whoops!
If someone is in there, it's probably locked, so it's gonna be like, "Oh, sorry."
No, actually, those look like small sleeping chambers. Very poor, like deliberately so.
Okay.
These might be people that. These might be the rooms of like clerics. Seems that way.
Okay. I'm not going to test my luck on if they're all unoccupied. I'll just this one leave. Oh no, I hope that no one is there in there.
Well, there is actually a person in there, and at the door you opened, 15A, there is actually a person in there, and as you open the door, there's a guy sitting by the bed, and he's praying. He doesn't immediately notice you.
Quickly as I see the person, I silently try to close the door again, like. Oh shit.
Okay, what other door do you try?
I guess this one, but I'm thinking this will lead to Father Donegan. I'll move my token so that I.
There's plain furnishings and a small shrine with water in it, probably holy water. And Father Donegan is standing there, and he's, "Do you need something, my child? You should rest."
Okay. I think what I'm going to say, because yes, I just wanted to, thank you for the healing.
It is my duty as an assigned cleric of our Lord Mitra.
I excuse
It
for
is nothing.
the after the thank you, I excuse myself for barging in and leave.
Okay. There's a hatch in the ceiling here. By the way.
Okay. How
Don't
high
know
up?
where you don't know where that leads, of course.
Okay. I'm not going. Yeah. I'll take note of it, like in my mind, like, oh yeah, there's a hatch there, I could investigate, but I'm going to keep it to doors and maybe first floor.
Okay. Where do you go now?
So, did I check this door? The one beneath my sleeping quarters?
3. Let's see. You did
Because I
not.
know the one above 5 is locked.
You did not. But it is locked.
Okay. Alright. Last thing I'll check is, I'll see if someone is in 2.
There's 2. There is still nobody here.
And
the
then,
floor hatch is still there.
I'm going to open it slightly and look in, see if I can recognize what it is. Just to confirm my hunch that it is where I'm thinking it leads.
It is what you think it is, and it looks just as dusty as it did before. You can even still see your footsteps.
I gulp as I see the footstep and I quickly silently close it again. And then, I'll casually walk upstairs.
You casually walk upstairs. All casual like. Suddenly, the numbers rise. You think you are in the what's it called? The Raven Tower. By the way, because this is how it looks outside. Tower to the left. That's where you are.
At the very top now, or
No. There's still a few levels. As you see the. You are in a room. It's a large circular chamber where you can see several flags and banners hanging on the wall. Seems like a good hiding place.
check the door.
There's actually at the door there are 2 guards standing there, and as soon as they see you, they snap their feet together and salute you. So
I nod and as I proceed through the door. At ease, man. Yes.
You always
now
wanted
I
to do,
see.
You always
Yes,
wanted to do that, right? I knew it.
Hey, this is the time where I can be like a highly ranked people person in a military garrison.
A highly ranked people person. Yes,
Highly
you are
ranked
very
military person.
good at this whole talking thing.
Hey, at least I'm trying.
Now, I'm hoping that you don't trigger the one room where you will be fucked. There's one room, if you go in there, you're fucked.
Oh.
And
Well, let's
there's
hope.
no way
Let's-
for you to know which one it is.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
what
you
is
come
this
to
now?
you come to a courtyard.
Oh.
Let me tell you what you see. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Um, 27A looks like a een schandpaal. What do you call that?
Stuff is this schandpaal.
Basically a discipline platform. But it doesn't look like it has been used in a long time. Apparently Captain Haviland is pretty good at doing his stuff. There's a fountain there. It is a plain fountain that burbles quietly. And you see several acolytes milling about, taking care of the grass, cleaning the fountain, you know, stuff. And 28 is a statue of King Marcadian again, called the Victorious. It is a statue of a powerfully built knight, clad in plate armor bearing the holy symbol of Mitra. At the base of the statue is a quote attributed to Victor himself. It reads, "Hold fast to courage, faith, and fellowship, and this tower shall never fall."
Uh-huh. Now, Guess I could, walk in this room.
It is a storage shed. As one
Interesting.
might expect, you know.
Yeah, well, you can never be too sure. Oh, stairs leading. There's stairs leading up beneath me. No, left and right of me, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one do you take?
I'll take this one because it's closest to the door.
Okay, you find yourself on the watch wall.
Guess I'll do a patrol around the watch wall. Like, seeing if there's taking details and seeing if there's any. Wait, watch wall. Of course there are walls.
Give me a second, I need to...
Uncover.
This is quite a bit to uncover. By the way, the other half of you, or 3/4, you should interrupt me if there's something you need to do. Time is still flowing, right?
Okay, I'll let you know.
Time is flowing, and if you do not say anything, I'm assuming that you're just awaiting news.
What day is it on?
Still the first day of
it's still
infiltration.
Wednesday. Maldrek expects you to poison the food on the coming Monday. He will be sure not to
Or
eat.
Sunday before.
Yeah, no, you'll have to poison it on Sunday, but yeah, I know what you mean. You are right.
I'll just be scouting out the house.
The what?
Whoever's house it is who makes the stew.
Okay. Yeah, Mama Giuseppe.
If you can see it on the map where it's called the Giuseppe household or something, it's called.
They're
A
also
homestead.
looking at your map because
Yeah, I know.
I mean I could stick them on their own map, but I don't think they like that because that'll be extremely boring.
I don't think Mag is even listening.
I am.
Playing Minecraft, probably.
I'm not playing.
That answer came
What? I'm not in
suspiciously
game.
fast.
Yeah.
No, okay.
You can check on the server, and I can give you the logs if you want.
Yeah, let's all play Minecraft.
I don't care that much.
I was just joking with it. I don't care if you do it, as long as you listen.
What?
That's a joke.
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke.
Yes, I know that much. Okay. I finally got done. I hope you find a map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope you have an idea. Where would you go for a map?
A library. Lord Haviland would probably have one, but it's not a good idea to steal one from under his nose.
That's a way more logical. What is going on here at the moment?
Oh yeah, maybe in a tactical what was it called, war room.
Nope.
Oh, reconstruction. God damn it! Of course, with the
If
dwarves.
there's anyone who has a map, it should be the dwarves. I mean, how are you going to do renovations without having a map of the place?
Indeed.
Okay, 24. I'll just go over everything you see.
Yeah,
It's-
just
24 is this is basic. So I'm going to point now. This is this.
oh.
So
It's like a higher.
beneath you, you see the drawbridge and the bridge you came in over. So if you look at the handout of Balentyne, yeah, you can see that
Yeah.
one on top, right? So you have the lower bridge, and then if you look a little higher, you can see the higher bridge is pretty high.
Oh yeah. Pretty high indeed.
So 24.
I'm level 15.
Oh, it's called the Bridge of Death.
Why would it be called like that?
This
At least it's not the Bridge of
100
Judgment.
feet granulated bridge overlooks the main bridge below. What kind of knowledge would be suitable to know, war tactics?
Engineering?
What?
Engineering?
Do you have that?
Nope.
Which ones do you have?
Nothing that could help me on this.
So yeah, you don't really know what this could be used
I have
for.
local, but that won't really help me with engineering, with war
Knowledge
tactics.
other.
No, knowledge other is just you need to fill something in. Anyway, so yeah, you don't really know.
Exactly. Knowledge other.
Like, knowledge other. Thank you for your input in this matter.
You're welcome.
This might be a good idea, but I'm not really smart. I'm more charismatic.
Yeah, there are two guards posted on this bridge day and night. They're holding bows. And they are overlooking the bridge below. In the distance you can see a door. But as we continue on, 23.
Huh?
These are the walls of Balentyne, rising 20 feet above the courtyard below. They are granulated by battlements on both sides. The walls are accessible by 4 narrow stairs. And again, 2 guards are patrolling all around. Do not look like your men. 22.
You lose, Shariel.
How does this even make sense?
What's up?
I'm going to have to look at the handout because this doesn't make sense to me.
It's not really visible.
It simply does not make sense. That's also
What
an
was
exit.
it? What?
That door is an exit. It leads out.
Maybe it's like the side entrance or something, or...
Yeah, but look on what it's on the it's above ground. It doesn't make any sense.
Wait. It might be that the hill is a bit higher on that side.
Yeah. Anyway, it's if when you would go through it, you would see that there is, in fact, a pathway down. It is actually a much more used door. 23A has been marked. You see a great stone emblem bearing the heraldry of Talongard. It is one of the most prominent features. Everyone knows this.
Okay.
You see a winch next to it. You have never heard of that one before.
Okay. Wait, let me look at the room.
What do you do with the winch? Nothing?
I could, examine it, pull it, push it. I don't know, but I'm not really gonna mess with it.
Okay, so
I
nothing.
wouldn't really. No.
Yeah, you could have give me a perception. I'll tell you what you see. You see that the winch has a chain connected to the symbol, and if you look carefully, you can see a slit in the ground underneath the symbol.
Oh.
Is there a picture of that symbol? Yeah, it's right outside the wall. This is where the symbol is. So this is where you will find the symbol.
Yeah.
And what it seems like is that if you turn that winch, you can lower it to block this door.
Oh.
This could be used in emergencies to lock people in. Or keep people
Neat.
out. Of course, it is a simple mechanical device. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Easily sabotaged, you mean?
Perhaps.
Okay. But I'm just gonna take note of it and continue on.
I mean, you could do a Professor Layton 1 thing. Somebody stole the winch! What shape was it?
I
So, yeah,
don't know,
you-
it looked like this. Yeah,
Calm down, Dora. Calm down.
I'm going to take a walk around, take note of important stuff, and then...
You did that?
Like this room?
That seems
like-
to be the church.
Yeah,
The
no,
church
never mind.
of Mitra.
Never mind.
Somebody is smart.
If there's something I should not do, is mess with an opposing god. Hey, I'm a follower of Asmodeus. I'm gonna follow this church. No. Tables.
I think you can guess what these are.
Tables?
No horses are in here. Because... Oh, actually, Lord Haviland's horse is here. You can see because it is tagged.
Of the mighty Lord Haviland, do not touch.
There is also a pile of hay, pitchforks, and tools for grooming horses here.
It's only the horses there, no people.
No people.
Okay.
Well, horse,
I-
singular. Well, technically
Yeah.
plural, because the horse you brought in is here as well.
Okay, so my horse. But
Quote unquote.
okay. Onto the
Oh,
keep.
you almost feel bad about having to kill the horse later. Almost.
No, I might keep him as my own horse.
Are you saying that we should look at your horse?
My horse is amazing.
Give it a lick.
Nee.
It tastes like raisins. And
No,
by a
Mac.
stroke of
Don't,
its
Mac.
mane,
Don't.
turns
Bad boy.
into a...
Bad boy.
That's room 31 you're in front of. Well, that's the problem with splitting the party, because yeah, you're kind of not getting any action. But well, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Well, it's scouting. You know, if he ever feels like he wants to report back and we can, initiate the plan, then sure. But otherwise, we just critically fail if we're together.
Oh yeah, Maldek.
Yeah.
This whole place is of course outside. I'm assuming that you know that, since there's grass here and such. This is the
I
Great
figured.
Hall. It is one great open room. Great feasts and other functions could be held here, but usually it's empty.
Okay.
Chairs and tables are pushed against the walls.
Okay.
Of course, you passed by 2 guards outside.
Is there many people in here? Or just empty?
It is quite empty. You see 2 curtains in the distance.
Okay. Can I maybe do a perception to hear if I can hear the dwarves working?
Go ahead.
Also, I'd like to take an action.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 11. I don't think that's gonna do.
Well, actually, it's quite loud, so... let me look up where they are, to be honest, because I have no idea.
Let's just see if I can pinpoint them,
The hell are they? What the hell?
Suddenly, no dwarves. You want to use a courier to send me a scroll of fly. Why?
In case you get into a tight situation.
Vanish. I can run towards the secret exit.
Boom.
I have. If
Are there
if
any limits to that spell, or is it just like get out of jail free card?
It's
It's pretty hard to
Invisibility.
overcome it.
pretty
And
hard.
at this
Only see
level,
invisibility
see
is a sure level.
invisibility is not really a thing yet.
Yeah.
They're working in the gatehouse, or at least they should be.
So you hear it from the east then. Okay.
Oh, there they are. 34.
And I. Nice. No, I don't. I'm not flying with wings.
Okay. So, where do you go? So you see curtains here,
Uh huh.
and you know that the gatehouse is, of course, through this door.
Well, seeing as I heard the dwarves working there, or in that direction, you know, I'm going to go there instead. Like, oh,
Peculiar.
I wonder how the dwarves are doing, and then I turn around and
Okay.
enter, see if I'm not disturbing them with any work they're doing.
Move your token, please.
Oh yeah, where is the token?
It looks like quite a defensive place here. Archer slits line the walls. You see 2 great cauldrons filled with heated sand. And 2 guards are standing there tending them to keep them ready for use. To the left you see those 8 black spots. Those are holes in the ground. Guess what they're used for? Liquid sand. Basically they're going to get... it seems that this place has been rigged in such a way that if you were to storm the castle, you would literally get poured molten glass on you.
Ow!
Sucks.
Yeah, indeed. Jesus Christ. Well, good that I know about that.
Seems that the it'll be difficult to sabotage this because, you know, guards are always standing to it. But if you would manage to get it and get the fires and the fire in some way, it would be easier. If the fire is out, it will solidify and it will take several hours for it to get back to full production. What other things you see here are 2 stout winches.
Okay.
Your common sense says that the one on the left is connected to the drawbridge and the one on the right is connected to the portcullis. You know, this drawbridge and this portcullis.
Is there... So the dwarves are working here?
No, they're not. You hear the sound from upstairs.
Oh, there's even a higher floor, okay.
Yeah, you see things. You see, what's it called, in the ceiling and the floor.
Sorry, what did you say? I was reading Olaf.
You see them in the... You see... What's it called again? Things in the ceiling and the floor.
Holes?
No, not holes. Trapdoors.
Ah.
4 guards are posted here continuously. They're pacing this place, tending to the fire.
Is it possible for me
this room is, by the way, extremely hot. No.
Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly move through and see if I can go up to the hatches.
And I would like to I would like to excuse myself because I was wrong.
Huh?
There is in fact several dwarves working here on
Oh, okay.
reinforcing the place.
Do any of the dwarves seem leaderly, you know, keeping or what's the word? Toezichtig.
No, not really.
Supervisor. That was the word.
No, no supervisors.
Okay. If I am allowed, I'll go up through the trapdoors. If not, I'll take the long route.
Well, how else would you get there?
I don't know, maybe the 3rd floor has a way to it. Oh no, there's only to the bridge. Never mind. You're right.
Yeah. But you are quite allowed to do so. So you go through the ceiling. which leads you to this place.
Tactical espionage, Pathfinder edition. Sheriel, if you want something good, look for things like magical items that have long-term uses. Cloak of Resistance, Falcon's Aim Bracers or something it's
It
called.
is in this room. You are in the open-air crenellated roof of the gatehouse. It is dominated by siege engines and munitions of war. The banner of Talonguard flutters from a flagpole mounted in the center of the west battlements. Two fearsome ballistae point out across the rocky approach to the gatehouse. They are loaded with great barbed missiles that convey the message, "Death to any who approach unbidden." Beside each ballista is a rack full of ammunition for the siege engine, 50 shots apiece. Two stone droppers overlook the portcullis of the gatehouse. These lethal war machines allow stones from great troughs to be hurled at all the heads of any invaders who approach. The troughs are loaded down with old masonry from various building projects and allow each stone dropper to be used 30 times before more stones must be fetched.
Okay.
And Captain Barhold is in fact standing here.
Oh
Yeah.
my. Well, I needed to say something else. I was gonna go stir crazy.
What?
Nah.
And 4 dwarven engineers and Barnabas are working on repairing the stuff here.
I take a look around, you know, maybe look at the siege engines. I'm just like, thinking in myself, how can I sabotage these things?
You think that you could easily sabotage them? Though, doing so in the open might not be the best idea.
Oh, of course, I mean, I might do it at night with, you know, a couple of stealth spells. Let's see, what else can I do? So, the captain is here, and is there any supervisor
the
looking
captain, as soon as he sees you, he,
Oh.
as by a stroke of luck, he sees you and he's, oh, wow, that's lucky that you show up here. Well, I think you've heard the thing that happened to Mott and Ederly. Well,
Yes.
um,
True sad thing indeed.
well, Ederly was supposed to take the night shift, but you see he's currently indisposed. So, would you be willing to take over the night shift?
I broke my chin. Sure, why not?
Just, yeah, the Lord Haviland asked me to ask you. I'll report back to him after my shift. Just be here at midnight.
Will do.
You take midnight to noon, and I'll take noon to midnight. Then, usually these are shorter shifts, but yeah, we're kind of short on captains due to those unfortunate events. But yeah.
But
Well,
it's not a
thanks.
worry. I will gladly take it.
Was that the rubbing of palms? That sounded like you were doing.
Was it so obvious?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Soren, how much gold do you have?
So looking back at the dwarves, is there any, you know, is the
1804.
supervisor maybe here? Oh, Barnabas is here. Yes, of course. Sorry, I just read the name.
Yeah.
So,
What do you do?
You know,
He seems to be working, and I know what you're going to ask, so I'm going to look that up because it's in here somewhere where he keeps it.
I wasn't looking for that, I was just going to inquire about the repairs or fortifications.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, ask.
But, tell me, how are the repairs or fortifications going?
Ah, they're going well. We'll be going here for we'll be going on for quite a while, but you see, you have my man at your service. If anything should happen during the year or so we're here, well, we're pretty good at handling war machines, so don't you worry. We're good builders and good fighters.
Ah, that is good to hear. Glad to have you on our side.
And internally, curses.
More dwarves to kill. But speaking of renovations, and now is where the question comes in, so I'll wait.
I could almost buy a level 7 spell with all the gold we have.
Don't bother. No offense, but don't just look at things that are useful now. A 7th level spell might be useful for a short term, but it's not worth the gold. It has to be available as well, and no way you'll find a 7th level spell here. Excuse me. What are you actually looking for, Shariel?
Oh, I'm just trying to pass the time.
Okay, maybe you should look at things like, you know, the big 6. You know what those are?
I think a Soren needs a better weapon.
Yeah, I already checked if there was a +1 glaive available. There's not.
Oh, okay.
Something else you might look at is maybe
There's a ring of
protection.
alignment.
Oh, we don't need that. Well, actually, I was very lucky that Adderley and Malt fought at when I arrived.
It could be useful.
Oh, but we don't know what happens ahead, and just keep it on our checklist. But you should look at maybe bracelets of, what is it, Falcon's Aim? Ah, I forgot the item.
Oh my god, Limited Wish is a 7th level spell.
Oh god. The downside of Wish is GM's discretion. Your wish can be totally fucked up by how you say it. Let me look the items up for you.
You can get an automatic hit with it.
Okay, I'm just gonna... Let's see, what's the item I was looking?
So yeah, you ask for the map, right?
Yeah, you know, I'm kind of curious about the fortifications. You mind if I, you know, look at the plans a bit?
Ah, they're at my room back in the inn.
Ah, curses.
Well, if you want, I can bring them back to you tomorrow to have a look. I mean, just give me a permission slip signed by Haviland, and I'll do that.
I'll see what I can do. No, don't worry. With the self-informed group of plans in chamber.
Okay.
But I've wasted enough of your time. My apologies, and I'll leave you back to your work, and I head towards the hatch for the 2nd floor.
Okay, you do that, and it's still as hot as ever here.
Well, I immediately leave for the Bridge of Death.
Funny how the Bridge of Death is a better place to be in than, you know,
The gatehouse. While I'm walking back to the courtyard, I am recollecting everything I've gathered and forming notes for writing down the paper, and I sit down at the fountain, the courtyard, and I'll relax a bit.
You relax a bit.
Maybe inspect what's walking through the courtyard.
Oh god,
Or,
milling about. I mean, it's usual business. I mean, a guard has, a captain has murdered another captain, but still, that's not going to stop them from having business as usual. Acolytes are walking all around, guards are guarding, as guards would do. You do not actually see Haviland all day, but you do see, as time for food draws nearer, you see a couple of servants with a full plate of food. One group heads in here.
Huh?
And you see another group through the open door here go basically further up the stairs.
Sorry, where were you picking for the last one?
Yeah, so one group of servants with food goes in here, and you see another group of servants go up this stairs and then further up here.
Ah. Being curious, I'll take a peek.
And at that point you see... Yeah, you take a peek upstairs, that's good.
Casually try to not be...
And again...
This is a weird layout.
There is arrow slits along the entire outer wall. Wooden racks contain the watchtower's store of arrows. You count thousands of normal arrows in several hundred quivers.
My god, this could kill out an entire bugbear army.
But this does seem to be... You don't recall seeing arrows anywhere else, so... Yeah. The door is unguarded.
I just walk up,
Ah, well, there is no door. The stairways further up is unguarded, and... As you go further up, you hear two guards say, "Ah, it is time for food. Let us go." And as you just come up, you see two guards moving to leave towards the mess room. Well, they acknowledge you, but they're hungry. And you see the servants open the double doors and walk in. There is a strong smell of bird poop coming from beyond there.
Oh god. Messengers?
Seems to be. Remember who you might find there, right?
Yeah, the Raven Thunder. Of course. Believe me. Forgot his name.
Yeah, Matt Martin.
Matt Martin. Thank you.
So yeah, it seems that it is time for food. Because, well...
In real life too?
No.
Not
No
yet.
food for you.
Oh.
No, sit.
Please.
Max,
Bad
shut up.
doggies, go to your basket.
Wait, what? Basket?
I don't know.
Those are cats! Or box.
Go to your... I don't know, what do you say to a dog that's been naughty?
Maldrek.
Go.
Just
Go
yes.
lay down. Coup de grace yourself.
Go fuck yourself, Olaf.
What? No, I'm saying that's what you tell your dogs.
Whatever. Well, I eat lots of ravens. I'm like, ooh, lots of ravens. Ah, but excuse me, enjoy your meal. I'll leave you.
Well, I didn't know that you actually entered that room.
Oh yeah, well, I'm standing there. I'm not gonna be unpolite and like go straight away.
He barely acknowledges your existence as he ravenously starts eating food and offering bits and pieces to the ravens, who seem to really like the guy. Seems like a weird guy though.
Yeah, I might not stay here for too long. Well, I start leaving.
You start leaving.
Hoping he doesn't.
Okay, what do you do?
I
Evening
can
is-
explore.
Yeah, it's...
Oh it's probably getting like, it's dinner first, so I'm probably going to, go to the mess hall, get some food.
It's actually not that full in the mess hall. I mean, the food is not bad, but not great either. It's okay.
I've had worse.
It seems that it seems that all of the soldiers and guards are yeah, they're okay with the food, but not really excited. But yeah, you know what they're excited for, a certain Monday dish.
Soon it'll be your last. I say to myself.
But yeah, it's not
but-
really
but-
packed. You see, people come in, eat, go. It's
But,
really
but after eating this, I know why they want to keep Mama Giuseppe's beef stew.
yeah, it's okay. It's food. That's the
Oh.
best, the most charitable way to describe what you got. Food.
The last thing I'll do is I'll go back to my quarters. Try to finish the ladder.
Okay.
Add in everything I discovered. Tell about Barnabas and the plan being at his chamber. So they might need
Yeah,
to
you'll
look out for
get
him.
to read the letter to the others soon when it arrives. So yeah,
Oh, okay.
you do that, and night falls soon.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the courtyard.
Yeah.
Find a quiet space that's not really visited by guards or clerics and get out my hawk.
You know a space where you will not be bothered, since you know. I'm waiting for you to realize it.
I
It's
completely
getting closer
forgot.
to midnight.
Oh, night shift. Yes, of course. I need to do my night shift.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll wait till that. Of course.
Oh well. Time goes. Tick tock, tick tock. And it is 19. It's midnight. And well, the guy sure is glad after his 12-hour shift. And thanks for taking care of this. Man, long shift. I hope we
not
can
at all.
promote a new captain soon, because that's going to be hell if we need to do this so long.
Yes. Let's hope we get one real soon. But enjoy your evening.
Well, I'm going to bed.
Oh well, enjoy your night. Sleep well.
And now you're here. All alone.
All alone. Well, I probably have a torch because otherwise it would be strange that I can see in the dark.
Yes, you probably do.
So I'm going to when I'm going to wait for like an hour, and then I'm going to send my hawk out to the rest.
Your hawk flies out. And
I'll also
the
give him
night
the-
on yours. Yes, go ahead.
I'm
you
also
can
going
tell
to-
them soon when he arrives.
No,
The
it's
rest
for
of
you.
your night. Oh yeah, okay.
He's gonna get the order to only give her the message to Shariel. He knows how she looks, so only she can accept it.
Okay.
Just to make sure that, a certain someone doesn't tear it apart.
So you make your way. Yeah, the rest of the night is kind of uneventful. You know that nobody's going to strike yet.
Yet.
And well, you wait, and you wait for your hawk to return. And a few hours later, your hawk returns with or without a message. I don't know yet. I'm now going to reverse time a few hours. Shariel, Osoren, Olaf. So
Yes.
you were sleeping,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you sleep at night, right?
Well, I was actually thinking about breaking into the scroll shop and stealing some scrolls.
I'm trying to kill her wolf,
Oh god.
obviously.
The charismatic guy is gone for one day and already
that a
the team
possibility?
falls apart.
Well, realistically, not really.
Alright, I'm asleep then.
I mean, it is technically possible, but I just tell you that you're not going to find very high-level scrolls. And I can't just give you an entire list of all the scrolls you will find. Also, it'll be pretty obvious if a girl is walking around with 20,000 scrolls the following day.
Don't mind me, just walking around with some scrolls.
Anyway,
It'll be like midnight.
Oh god.
so it's like 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Shariel, as you're sleeping, you get woken up by a tapping on your window. Tack 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 tack.
I check the
tack,
window.
Tack,
Shoot
tack.
it.
There's a hawk flying there. Tack 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 tack.
I open
tack,
the window.
Tack tack tack. Oh, no more tack. The hawk hands you the letter and waits patiently. Maldek, go ahead, read the letter.
Oh god, well, I'm not going to read a 3-page letter, it's more going to be a summary. So what's basically in it is saying that the infiltration was successful and detailing a lot of the things I discovered during my patrols. So I notified him about the stone slings, the siege equipment on the gatehouse, the liquefied glass, that our little plan with Lord Adderley and Maltwort. They are
Okay,
severely underguarded. Also about Barnabas and his plans being in his room at the inn. Hint, hint. And then, of course, the question: how is it going on your end?
You said
BS.
Barnabas?
P.S. Check the main square tomorrow for a nice show. Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'll write down all that information. Or just take
Okay.
a note and make my own note. And I'm gonna write down that I heard that there was actually a total of 100 soldiers over at Balentyne. Useful information, possibly. I made 390 gold. I think it was 390. Yeah, 390 gold from selling the wine. And we are ready to strike whenever you are. Dear Sharia, or no wait, with love, Sharia. And then I
You're
send an
forgetting
message.
to mention about Giuseppe.
About what?
Giuseppe?
Giuseppe?
Yeah?
Beef stew girl. Monday poison.
I mean, what about that? I mean, that's just part of the plan.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
well,
found
you
out
know-
that
That
you
stew
can
has to
easily...
be poisoned.
Yeah, but you just found out that you can do that. Perhaps that's something you should mention. That you
I've been
can
gone
indeed.
Angel, I've been gone for 3 days. I don't know what you guys know.
Okay, so I'll write down that we are planning to poison the stew. Carefully. Whatever way we can find it. So just count on that being on that going through. And then we will attempt to rendezvous with you beforehand. How are we supposed to send the message to the bugbears, by the way?
Rocket.
lighting a flare.
Okay, so then I guess the night that the soup's gonna come in, we're gonna infiltrate through the secret passage and rendezvous with you. So on Monday night at like midnight, meet us at the secret passage.
So that's Monday night at midnight. That's that's midnight after the day where you when this poisoning took place.
Wait a
So
couple
that's-
of days.
Okay, that's correct. So yeah, several hours later, your hawk returns to you, Aldrich.
I read the message and I go, good, they're doing at least something. And I tear it into a little shreds and throw it and throw it and throw burning hands in the air like.
Are you waving them like you just don't care?
No. not leaving evidence.
12 hours pass, and you're tired as all fuck. So and about dawn, you guys in the inn, you wake back up, and well, you're still holding guard at that point, Maldek, but I'm going to go with them for a while.
Yeah. Fine.
What do, you three? Maldek, Osoren, Olaf, Osoren, Cheryl. You all woke up near morning.
Morning of what day?
Thursday.
Thursday? Okay, so we just have all day to do things now?
Yeah, it's day 9.
Okay, one moment.
You can make a viable attempt at doing this after day 14, remember. And this is day 9. Well, while she's one momenting, Maldrek. So yeah, your watch is quite uneventful, and profusely thanking you, the other captain returns, as said, at noon. And
Okay, I'm
you're
back. Sorry about
pretty
that.
tired.
I give a sigh of relief when I see him arrive. I'm like, oh man, thank God. I can know. I just want my bed, and I see if he still wants us to say anything, and I leave.
Oh yeah, you said there was a show.
Yeah,
What?
there's a show. P.S. There's a show at noon or sometime.
Show?
Yeah, you know, Adderley, Hang.
Oh yeah.
No, not that. You said that
not-
there was a performance.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
not.
that.
He did not say that, because you don't know yet when that will be.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood.
I'll throw it in when there's a dead day. So Maldreg, I'm assuming that you're literally going to sleep until like 8 in the evening.
I'm going to sleep for 8 hours.
See you later. So, Maldreg is asleep. Go to your room. Move your token to your room.
Fine. Yes, mommy.
To your room. Come on. So you 4, you wake up. No, you 3, you wake up. It's like 10 in the morning. What do you do?
I go eat food.
I was
You
thinking
go
about a
eat-
plan to where we stash all of the soldiers' weapons under the trapdoor, and then I summon a boulder on top of the trapdoor.
Well, you're being way. Why would you do that like that? The end goal is destroying the weapons, right?
Or just making them inaccessible.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
that room, you could literally put them in that hidden room and then just fuck it, forget them.
Oh, they just probably wouldn't find it.
Yeah.
Okay.
One more thing.
I guess I go.
You had better
chit
not
chat.
be. You had better not be. Well, you can be in Balentyne when the bugbears attack, but better not get in their way because they'll be high on adrenaline and they'll probably attack you as well.
Ah, okay.
Well, you know as much. He literally told you that that would happen.
I'm gonna go chat with Belimberhold over at the
Who?
inn.
Oh yeah, the bar vault. Okay, what do you say?
So how are you today? Had any interesting business?
Always.
Remember me? I sold you the wine.
Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
It was amazing.
Amazing.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
That's what you wanted, right?
Yes.
I hear that there's another shipment coming by in a week.
Oh, is there?
Yes. Would you like to put it in advance for some?
That's a big ass bluff.
I could cut you a deal.
Can you cut me a bluff?
Sorry, one moment. I don't have bluff, do I?
Your charisma.
Yeah. Look, I know you sold me that amazing wine, but next week you said I'll just contact me then. I'll
All right.
I'll buy from you then.
Okay,
And as
so I
you're
head out the inn
talking-
and I meet up with.
As you're talking,
Okay.
the entire delegation of dwarves is walking down the stairs, and they drink a short while, and before long they are set to leave already, presumably toward Balentyne to continue their work.
Okay,
Don't
so
forget the map.
what?
Don't forget about the map.
The map?
Yeah, I told you in the letter that he's keeping his the map of the Balentyne in his room.
Who is?
Barnabas.
Okay.
Who of you three has been paying attention to what I've been doing?
Yeah.
I mean, I forgot to write down what you said for the name.
Okay, well.
I probably should have done that.
Yeah, because it was
I'm
a
in
lot.
and out.
What?
I'm popping in and out of understanding what's going on.
Okay, so who's Barnabas?
He's the
Dwarf.
leader. He's the leader of the dwarves.
Oh, he's the leader of the dwarves. Okay. All
So
right.
He has a map
so I
of
speak to the
Balentyne
innkeeper.
in his room.
Okay, and this is the inn that we're staying at.
Yes.
Definitely. Okay. I remember them drinking here before. All right, so I head upstairs towards the rooms.
You are at the rooms.
And I remember the one directly across from us was the innkeeper.
This one is the innkeepers.
Oh. Oh, okay. Went all the way down there. All right.
And
I'm gonna make
you
sure
are
that
in
I
the four
I'm just
rooms to the
gonna
left.
quietly. I'm gonna try and see if I can hear any sounds, like if any of the rooms are occupied,
You don't
before
hear any
continuing my
occupation.
search.
And in fact, you
Alright.
find that these three doors are not locked. Also, they look unoccupied.
I get a bit more bold and I check them out.
Well, they look unoccupied. They look the same as your rooms did when you moved in 2 weeks ago. Almost 2 weeks ago. You
Okay.
know,
Do any
beds.
look like they've been occupied by dwarves?
They look unoccupied, as I said.
No, I
As
mean
in,
like they.
ready for new occupation. Like, beds made.
Oh, so they just completely cleared out.
They are not used. They're still here. Those rooms are not used.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Someone's at the door.
So basically, this room is, I think, used.
All right. I'll check the other doors then.
Well, these one are the four on the left are your rooms.
Okay. So then the final one.
Yes, that is logical. It must be this one.
A for elimination.
And you said it's locked?
It is locked.
Okay, I'll attempt to pick the lock.
Okay.
Safe stools?
Attempted. Oh,
Wow.
nice.
Neat.
Effortlessly they open. And, well... It smells very ale-y in here. As you see several beds in the room. And on the desk you see several writing utensils. And a very big piece of parchment.
I go over to. Well, actually, before I go over to the
I'm
desk,
back.
I'm gonna search the room for any valuables.
Do you want to be... I mean... Yeah, it's mostly working tools, clothes, some pay.
Just cheap stuff.
Well, there is some money here, but, you know... Do you want to draw attention?
I think it would be fine. If we just. I mean, it didn't damage the lock.
No, you didn't damage the lock, but if stuff goes missing...
Guards will be called in. Things will be checked out. And if by chance they find the map with you,
Well,
I can't save you if you're going to Brandiskar.
okay. I'll just check out the parchment. What's a few more gold coins anyway?
The parchment looks like some sort of map. I mean,
Excellent.
it's unmarked, but common sense says what map it is.
Can I discern from the map where the secret entrance that we scouted out
You see
takes into play
a
there?
room that is shaped like the one you entered, but you do not see a secret entrance connecting to it.
Well, that's interesting. But I do remember seeing a door when I scattered it out.
Yeah, there is a trapdoor on the ceiling of that room.
Oh, okay, I see. You're saying that the secret entrance that we took isn't mapped there.
Of course.
Seems that
Okay.
way. Would be a bad secret if it was on the map.
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take I know I have time, so I'm gonna take another piece of parchment and I'm gonna copy down the map because I don't want to raise any more suspicion. You know, don't take any gold, don't whatever. All right.
Okay.
So I have
You
the
do
map
that.
handy now, and then I vacate the room.
Okay.
And meet up with the party.
Okay.
After I make sure that the door is locked again.
Make another disable device. Make an enable device check. Yep, you lock it again.
Nice rolls.
Haha.
Yes. It is nearing noon, and you hear quite the commotion outside.
Perhaps it's the performance.
Yes, perhaps it is.
You should
However,
find out what it is.
as you walk out, your hopes of that are quickly dashed. Because you see two things. You see a large crowd of people gathered around something, and they look quite surprised. And at the front of that, you see a very serious looking man. He looks like the seriousness itself. Well, I don't. How should I put this? Yeah, he matches the description that
Gloomy?
you've heard of Lord Haviland. And behind him is he is mounted on a horse, and next to him is another man on a horse, and well, he has the typical religious man haircut, you know, put a pot on the head and shave the middle out. You know, the typical haircut.
Yeah.
Looks some kind of clergy. And behind him is the most shocking of all. Chained, bound and chained to his horse. Well, a horse, not his horse. You see none other than the man who you tried to seduce a week earlier.
Kinky.
You know him to be Captain Adderley. However, you haven't seen him in chains before.
Interesting.
And well, the commotion is of course mobile, and it moves to the town center, where to your to your immediate surprise, a makeshift gallows has been sprung up overnight. Apparently, dwarves are really good at building. So, I'm assuming that you're standing to watch the show, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really have any other
Well,
things
unless
to
you
do
want
about
to
it.
save the guy. But I doubt it.
I was thinking about that. I was like, what if I could like turn him to the dark side or something? Like if I managed to get him to escape, but it's just not my specialty.
Also, not very
And it would be
likely. It's
risky.
not that he that was a murder of passion, not like hatred of Mitra.
Probably not a paladin anymore anyway.
Also, that was not his paladin. The paladin is the other guy, Haviland.
Oh.
And Haviland stands as as he readies him on the gallows, on a noose to be hanged. Sorry, not hung. That's a different verb. Well, it's the same verb, but oh yeah, to be hanged. And he takes out a scroll and starts reading from it. Captain Zacharias Zach Adderley, you are hereby sentenced to hanging for the crime of dueling unto death. May Mitra have pity on your soul. He keeps it short. And, well, the cleric-looking guy is kind of giving his last rites, you know, the usual thing. Holy water and stuff, you know. And, well, the cleric stands back. And, with a very sharp drop and a snapping sound and a gurgle, you see Zack Adderley go down and die.
Good riddance. Glad to see that's one more of our enemies out of the way. But I try to hide my smile.
I'm assuming so. And well, while he's here, Lord Haviland and well, the cleric-looking guy are also taking the opportunity to have a good look around the town of Aldencross. You know, look at their subjects, have a drink at the end, socialize, fraternize with the plebs. You know how that goes. So yeah.
Yep.
Everyone's abuzz with the fallen captain. News is, yeah, it's pretty strange, pretty surreal. But here
What are
you
people saying?
People in general are pretty shocked. They knew the guy. They knew him to be like a very attractive person, and they never thought him to do something like that. But of course, they don't know the entire story. That entire story has gone with him to the grave.
Around.
And well, actually, you also see Caitlyn standing there in tears. Near the gallows. It's not like she could have done anything, but yeah.
Who is there left to trust? I say.
She cries on your
We're all
shoulder.
doomed. Aw.
Bring her to the dark side. Bring her to the dark side. Bring her to the dark side.
How? What use could we possibly have with a peasant?
I don't know.
Do you know who did this? I say to her.
I don't know. She is pretty inconsolable at the moment. Also, where the hell did I put my piece of paper with your XP on it? What the hell?
Are you trading XP?
I need to for this one part.
I thought we were following a story progression.
You are.
I say to her, I'm like,
How the hell
I
did
hear
lose
Captain
this?
Hevelin had something to do with it.
That's impossible. You would never do such a thing.
I mean, it's
He's
just
a
what I heard.
paladin. If he were to do such a thing, Mitra would surely strike him down. That is a fact, by the way.
Did Mitra save you on this day?
Well, she didn't die. How did I lose my piece of paper? What the fuck?
Didn't she lose everybody though? Like in that fight?
Give me a second.
Lost her husband and her lover. Yes, she lost everything.
Yeah, she's not really thinking clearly. How did I do this? I managed to lose.
Oh my god, I'm using caps lock for push to talk, so I'm just always having caps when I type.
Me too. I just learned to double tap. Can I have dinner now, or...
Oh yeah, I'm going to finish the session soon.
Okay.
Like, I'm just looking for one piece of paper. What the hell? How did that? How?
Calm down. You'll find it.
Where could I have put it? It's not on my garbage bin. Nope, not here. Not there either. Oh, there it is. Okay, so how many feel bad points did you earn? Okay. You earned yeah, your tally is going quite up quite a bit. So, let me give XP for the things you did today.
Ooh. Come on, kids, stop doing that. We're probably gonna level, huh?
I'm so happy I was able to sell that wine.
You should put a tracking beacon on your paper.
Has it?
Actually, not yet.
Aww. Are we far off?
Quite a bit. So it is Thursday afternoon now. I will give a final epilogue for both groups. So the group that is in Aldencross, to further the weirdness of today, it seems that the day of Ye Merry Men arrival has come. as near the evening, well, near in the late afternoon, let's put it like that, they arrive and hire a room at the inn, or several rooms, and it seems that they are set to leave for Balentyne tomorrow already to set up their stage, and the day after to actually perform.
Can I chat with them a bit?
You can, but not now. That's next session. So write down just write down the state of things as they are now. So they just arrived. On your side, Maldrek, as you wake up in the evening, the news quickly reaches you that that the traitor has been executed. What also reaches you is that Haviland and Father Donegan are, at least for a while, in Alden Cross. You don't know for how many hours, but if you need your chance to look over their stuff, this is your chance. But with that, I'm going to call the session, and I'll see you guys next week.
Alright, it was really, really fun. I kind of enjoyed splitting up the party, like tactically and stuff.
I think next week you can... I'm probably going to make it happen next week. I mean, you can methodically kill every single person in there, but just get the head honchos down.
Next week I won't be jet lagged.
What?
I won't be jet lagged next week.
Okay. Will you be on time next week?
Of course.
Okay. So yeah, I'll see you guys next week.
Alright.
Bye.